Hello, hello, hello. Getting chat up. Give me a sec. What's up, Saren? How's it going? Hello. Hopefully you are doing well. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Everyone who is here, lovely to have y'all. We are doing more Juri today. 390 games out of 1,000. We are 1/3 of the way there, about 40% of the way there to be more exact. About 39% if we want to get really exact. So I'm gonna push to do another like 50 to 60 games today. I also would like to. I opened up VOD reviews again. And I wanted to go over that. I'm actually very interested. I might do a little bit more React stuff today. I'm curious. Zafrino put out a video talking about spacing. And I wanted to watch it with you guys. So maybe like halfway through the stream, I might take a break, go watch it. It's about 50 minutes long. And it is a bit long, so I might have to like 1.25 it. But I'm very interested. That's something that I've been really interested in lately, is to kind of look more at spacing. I've been like shooting in the dark about it. I've been like trying to figure it out, but I haven't been able to like really 100% get to it. So I need to go grab a drink. Where? It's on my bed. I'll wait a bit. So we're going to play some. We're going to react some, do a VOD review. Essentially, we're going to be doing some content farming today. Like, that's going to be a big thing. We're going to be doing some content farm. Tomorrow I'm off, so I'm going to try to spend that time to catch up on some of the content. And I do want to start a new main channel video, as well as starting to get up another Yaps video. I need to really start pushing for that channel. So we'll see.
Training room.
Good for you. Just came back from the gym. How am I doing? I'm pretty tired. Had a long day at work. And work once a month, more specifically like every 4 to 5 weeks. I have a big thing to do at my job. Always a little frustrating. I want to look at. For now, let me look at. Trying to crack my neck. That's what I do. What's the Juri punish on Dalsim level 2? Maybe we don't look at that now. Round and round, and we all fall down. I do want to start going to the gym again. Gym stuff was my bag a while ago. I actually had good results. I really enjoyed it. What did I want? Yeah. I'm actually gonna put the controller on my lap today. My control's a little bit small. I'm gonna see how I feel. See if that feels a little bit better. Actually, where am I here? 44. So if I do this, can't land and do that, right? Where am I at? 21. 41 at that range there might be beneficial. Baby girl is being born tomorrow? Wait. Wait, get the fuck out of here. Are you serious? Wait. Really? You're gonna be a parent? Are you serious? Are you doing April Fool's shit on me? Ugh. No bullshit? Oh, that's dope, yo. Congratulations. That's super dope. Good shit. Congratulations. That's super dope. Colty, no, you're right on time. Round and round and we all fall down. Due date was April 7th, but we decided to induce tomorrow. We're really looking forward to it. All the blessings to you and your family. That's really, really cool. Best wishes. Is this your first? I really don't like this before it feels on my lap. What? What? Why would you die? Hello? Nope. That was 100% going to be a hit. 100% going to be a hit. That was written in the stars. Ooh, don't get hit, boy. Oh, wait. Really? Really? Press that? In perfect parry. And only, definitely happy to surprise. There'd be a Juri main in the household. Fucking dog. Where's the DPs at? Why dash? Oh my god, these parries are so annoying. Oh no. I'm gonna need to put the controller back on the desk. That did not feel good. That shit was moving around too much. Oh, way you jumped there. What a mania. Oh, I saw the dog do the fireball. Back the fuck up, gang. Back the fuck up. Back up. Back up, gang. First and probably only. Hey, you never say never, yo. Sometimes people be saying that shit, and all of a sudden they got a tribe. That's cool. That's cool, though. All the best to you and yours, homie.
Round one. Fight.
What? Wow, that was fast. Oh, shit, they were weird. Try to backdash on that. How did I light this? Stop trying to block. Press the button.
Round two. Fight.
No. Whoa! Nice reaction. The hit stop helped out. Ooh. Let's go, baby. No! I don't think I could have done anything there.
Fight. Round. Fight.
Oh, they still hit? They still hit there. I didn't think they would hit, so I delayed buttons on my plus one.
Now you know
Am I alive? Oh, I'm not alive.
Marisa wins. Round one. Fight.
I did not mean to pick back.
Round two. Fight.
Yeah, I know how to feel like that. Oh. Okay, hold on a second. Wait a minute. Wait. Self-put again.
Final round. Fight.
Oh, no. No! I'm burned. That sucks. I am 100% dead unless I can guess right on this. I think they're gonna not go in for the pressure.
Marisa wins.
What did I want to test? I think I'm fucked on the I think I'm fucked on Feng Shui engine into Gladius. I don't think I could do anything there. I think if they do OD Gladius during my Feng Shui engine, I think I'm fucked.
Round one. Fight.
Oh my god, I hate so much that my inputs get dropped. I can't do anything. I have to just wait until the game actually starts. Is that? They really need to fix that. I lost track of the gameplay. Come on! How long is this shit gonna fucking take? What the fuck are we doing here? I think I won this one.
Round two. Fight.
I think it was. No, it was for the loss.
Round two. Fight.
I don't think there's anything I could do here. Wait, how did that work? Hello? How's that possible? Is there a delay? That's weird. I'm so confused. Why is it not working?
Final round. Fight.
Why is replay takeover like off sync?
Marisa wins. Round one. Fight.
I don't understand why replay takeover is not in sync. So if you replay takeover, character 1. Yeah, why is replay takeover not in sync? Why are they getting hit here? That doesn't make sense. I'm so confused. Medium kick. Heavy kick. And they do Gladius on that frame. It's not in sync. Let's frame one of that. And they get... Oh, I don't understand. Unless... You know what it might be? I might have delayed. Yeah. Okay, I see. Well, that's interesting. I threw out that a frame later. Okay. I don't think there's anything I could have done there. So strange how it holds. I did it a frame late. That's crazy. I don't think there's anything there at least, right? That would have stopped him from... Or have stopped him. Almost kills though. I should try doing that more. Okay. So once they throw out the gladiator, fuck. Got it. Round and round and we all fall down. Sorry about that. I wanted to get an answer there. My bad, OG. I should try doing that more. The only problem is that if the sweep hits, I don't really get much off of it.
Round one. Fight.
Carson, do you listen to LeBron Motivation? That's definitely not me. It's definitely not me, big boy. Definitely. Level 1. Oh, gotta watch out for me. Oh, I knew they were gonna. Oh. Super late. can't do it. Ah, fuck, I did it too late. I hit the parry button instead.
Lily wins. Here comes a new challenger. Round one. Fight.
Oh, fuck. I just did the level 1.
Round two. Fight.
Go for it. Oh, no way that missed. Oh, I blocked. Get out of here. No! That was disrespectful. That was disrespectful. Oh, he left. No, he left. Ain't no way. That was super disrespectful.
Here comes a new challenger.
Lily again?
Round one.
I never fight a Lily.
Fight.
Okay. Sometimes I'd be doing things in a weird timing. People still be doing this. That's crazy. What's up, Lagging?
Round two. Fight.
Oh no! I didn't like kick this. Ew. Yeah. I didn't get the liking. I was scheming too.
Final round. Fight.
Underground. Oh, what? What? They blocked the low? That's crazy. No, at least I'm out. Where's my air throw? Hello? Can I not air throw when I neutral?
Lily.
That sucked.
Round one. Fight.
Yeah, definitely. Dude, I'm gonna do it again, dog. Oh no.
Round two. Fight.
Let's go. What a character, dog. Two under four. Nice.
Final round. Fight.
Oh shit. Ah shit, level 2 right here. That's smart of him. I'm thinking.
Lily wins.
I have a real vendetta against all the lower tier characters. It's really frustrating how they made these characters dog shit. They have like one or two like really oppressive tools. I hate that design. I hate that design so much. It's like, this character sucks. She doesn't have like great tools at all. All of her shit sucks. Yeah, so we just gave her one or two things that are just fucking really good. Deal with it. You know what I mean? Same shit with Honda. Same shit with Menon. Okay, okay. Appreciate you, homie. Oh, what the fuck? block shit. Same thing can be said for. I mean, she has a. Yeah, new tech. New tech. New tech.
Round 2. Fight. Juri.
Thank you. Appreciate it. That is sweet of you.
Round 1.
Good diabolical one. Just trying to live out here in these streets. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Okay. That frame one pattern. Okay, okay. Love it. Okay, okay. Well, that's just great. That's great. That's just perfect.
Round
That's
2.
just nice.
Fight.
Oh, that's just nice.
Final round. Fight.
Worked. Baddie alert.
Juri. Win.
I don't think I have the Pharah shit anymore. I used to have an alarm whenever someone would play Pharah in Overwatch. Do I still have it? I don't think I still have it. Let me see. I think it was called Virgin Alert. I think it was called Virgin Alert. I don't think I have it though. Wait, do I have it? Oh shit. I do not like Pharah players at all, yo. Fuck Pharah players. Do I still have that command? No, I don't think I do anymore. I used to have all kinds of commands. No one ever uses them though. I'm a Genji player. I don't fucking care. Genji players are annoying. They're annoying as shit. But at the same time, it's like the character is like dog shit most of the time. Okay, Genji is legitimately like sexy Junkrat. That's just the honest truth. I think I got rid of the Pharah thing that I had. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Ooh. You're a Pharah main? Just know that like I have an emote that says no pee-pee. And that's what it is. With that being said, I love Farah. I think she's cool as hell. I think her character design is cool. She's sexy as shit. I love the character. I just don't like the whole, oh, I'm starting to cook on Junkrat, so let's pick the Farah. Oh my god, that shit's meta. I should do that for Aki players. Aki players are just Juri players with some kind of sense. They were like, why would I play this dog shit character when Aki exists? So it's like, I don't hate the players. I just hate the character, to be honest. The cowboy has a name. It's Cassidy.
Here comes a new challenger.
Megan, let me think about that. Remind me again at the end of this match. I'll have an answer for you. I think if I'm going to start doing VOD reviews and stuff, I'm going to probably take away that, I'm going to take away that redemption. Okay, okay. Okay. Oh no.
Pay attention.
Oh, my glasses are not charged. Oh, I didn't get it. Shit.
Round 2. Fight.
Fucking Ryu players, man. They'll just throw that shit out. That shit's funny as hell to me. They'll just throw that shit out. Wake up! Wake up!
Fight round. Fight.
Oh. Sick gameplay. Sick gameplay, dog. No way he walked forward, man. Take it. God. Ryu players are just low tier characters, like with a little bit of power. It's like, oh, I just have this move that you can't walk on? Bet. He moves forward a little bit. Look at him. Look at him. They're animals. By drive gauge. Hello? Uh-huh. Oh. Love this riveting gameplay of Hashigeki into fucking solar plexus. I love this gameplay. It's my favorite. It's just that he rocks forward. So his... Oh. Look at him. They're animal. Oh, no way. Let that shit rip. Okay, where's my cancel? That was nice. I like it. I like it. Favorite. I have a level 1 from as soon as I get up, though. My level 1 just didn't come out bad. I'm gonna try the Asha into it. Okay. Where's the super? Oh my god, I confirmed the super! Get out of here! Oh, get the fuck out of here. What was my inputs looking like? Was my input slop jalops? Is that what you're saying to me? Is that what it was? Huh? My inputs ain't there? Is that what you're saying? My inputs just weren't good? My money ain't good here, huh? My money ain't good here, right? You know how many Newports I could get with this? Huh? How many bars of soap? Fucking bullshit ass character, man. I hate Ryu so fucking much. I hate this character with a fucking passion. What happened to the game that I fucking love? I need to stop. What happened to the game that I fucking love? My inputs were not there. You're fucking right. I'm pretty sure my inputs were cleaner than that. But okay, game. Go off. Fucking go off. I was buffering the shit out of that. Like, what are we talking about? I hate Ryu. I hate characters that don't have to think about shit. They could do something and just like the onus is on me. No thank you, Denny. Appreciate it though. Like, I hate that shit. I get to throw this button out without any impunity. And it's just up to you to deal with it. I hate that shit. Frames. Oh shit. What a game. Fucking jab. Love this game. My favorite. My fucking favorite. seconds. Bitch. Keep blocking, dude.
Juri wins. Round 1. Fight.
Alright, again, fuck it. Bitch, fuck off me. Child's play?
Round 2.
Child's play? Go for it. Back the fuck up, gangster. I didn't think that would hit him in the air. I thought that was gonna hit him in the air. I think that would hit him grounded. Round and round, and we all fall down.
Arcade. Here comes a new challenger. Let us begin.
Another reason.
Round 1. Fight. Hadouken!
Oh, fuck me. Come here, bitch. Hello? You lucky bitch. Oh shit, man. Yeah, you're right. Hockey does not require a lot of things. You're tripping. Fucking right. Have people caught on to the tail opener? Okay, sweeps. Have people caught on to the kill opener? Thankfully, in the future, Cap will make it so that players have to stop getting the little brother treat and actually learn they can't. No. This game is a match fest. So you have to understand that. Oh fuck. Oh my god, that move is so cheap. Paying attention.
Round 2. Fight. Got you.
Stop, dude. What's wrong with these people? Twice? Back up, gangster. Ah. Why do you think? Because she doesn't. Everything she has is plus. She doesn't have to think. She doesn't have to think. Everything she has is plus. He was mashing DI? That's crazy. I lost. I 100% lost. I'm dead. There's nothing I can do here unless I guess right on the TP. I'm fucking dead, dog. That's crazy.
Juri wins.
Fucking go.
Round 1. Fight.
Stop! What are you doing?
Round 2.
Everything she has is fucking plus with driver. Oh, I just didn't block. Man. I'm blocking.
Juri wins.
Everything, yo, this character is fucking cheap. Like, I don't know what we're talking about. The character that has drive rush after a fireball, and to have so many like everything just falls in place with her. Like, chat, this is fucking cheap. I don't give a fuck what anyone says, man. This right here. What is it? That shit's cheap. That's cheap. That's mega cheap. Because then she could also do this. The low. If I could do it right. That shit's cheap. On top of it, she knocks you down, right? She could just do it straight up. I don't know how to do it, though. But what's crazy is that this is +2. So if you block high, you still get comboed. She can't cancel this. She can't cancel it. She she could do it into that. Of course, right? Of course. This is a safe jump. That's a safe jump. On top of it, she does a shit ton of damage. This is 6 frames, chat. That's cheap. This shit here? Cheap. I've said this from my game start. This game will be, and you can see it now, and I'm glad I was right on it. Because it makes me happy to know that I have like good foresight. I said this game will be an arms race and who can get good at perfect parries, because that perfect parries is what changes the whole game. You see the frames from that combo? What do you mean? From that? No? Oh my god, go away. Suck my dick. She's susceptible to DI? Brother. Like, you have this. Sorry, but like, if you think you're susceptible to DI, like, just saying. This, because it's a risk, right? That's cheap.
I'm finished with you.
Like, this shit's cheap as shit. It's controllable? This shit here? That's cheap. The fact that she could do this is insane. That changes the whole game. And then on the back end, plus, right? Plus, cheap. Character's fucking cheap as shit. Her downfall, she's weak on defense. Absolutely. Yep. That's her downfall. But she can control the field so well. And on top of all of that, she's got some of the best burnout pressure in the game.
Here comes a new challenger.
It's crazy.
Round 1. Fight.
I should have kept the pressure going.
Don't disappoint me.
Yeah. That's cool.
Round 2. Fight.
Yeah. Always put on. Always.
Juri.
Yeah, I've been playing on Levelist since Street Fighter 5.
Round 1.
Yeah, Aki's OD. Yeah, start doing that. I don't believe. I think they're gonna throw out a button. Oh, nice. I think he's gonna reversal there. He's got it.
Round 2. Fight.
Try that. He's not gonna drive reversal with this. I think he's close to that. Ooh, nice parry.
No way.
That's cool. I was in Punch Way Engine still for some reason. Ooh, you fucked up. Let's go, baby. No. I have to do this right. Big fan here. Watch almost all videos of Street Fighter 6 Juri. Went from rookie to diamond 2 using your techniques. But can't advance more because I can't afford a stick. That doesn't matter. What's up, King Rex? How's it going, homie? That doesn't matter. Whatever you play with, you could always get better on it. You're at the stage now around Diamond 2, around early to like mid Diamond, when you're going to like, how do I say this? All right, can I give some like really harsh truths? People are gonna get mad at me, right? But I promise I don't say this in any kind of like disrespectful way. Y'all not gonna get mad at me, all right? This is gonna be the truth. You are allowed to be proud of all of your accomplishments. Every rank that you get, you deserve. Wepa. I'm not trying to like take that away from you, but it doesn't matter. None of these ranks matter. In fact, even where I'm at, right? 1650. I haven't even looked today, right? None of this shit matters because at the end of this season, it's going to change, right? You're going to lose 100 points. You're going to gain 100 points. You're going to go up. You're going to go down, blah, blah, blah. But what matters, especially for your rank, because you're at the rank where you might be playing a brand new player with bad habits or a professional who just picked up a character, right? Like in Diamond 2, you might play the Evo champion. He might have picked up a new character. And you might get matched up with him. That's just the truth. So you can't look at like, I'm at this rank, you know, this means that, blah, 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 because you never know who you play. Okay, with that said, you, in your development, that's the most important thing. In your development, you are going to reach a point where you're going to hit a wall. It could be gold, it could be platinum, it could be diamond, it could be any point. You're at the point where you have to learn how to learn. That's the biggest problem. And because if you knew why you were losing, you would just fix it. But if you're stuck, that means you're not understanding why you're losing. So I'll give you some pointers on what to look for and how to assess yourself. 2 questions and 4 categories, right? How did I get hit? How did they get hit? Right? How did I hit them? Can I get more off my hit? Right? Can I exploit this? Is it something about them that I could? Is it something about all players? right? How did I get the hit? Let me think about this and then like look more into this. If you hit the person, fuck, I'm like hype right now. I should turn on my tablet at some point, but I'm lazy. Okay, I'm gonna give you some pointers and then we can talk about that, right? Okay, let's take out handy dandy Photoshop. All right, and so I don't flashbang y'all. Oh, whoops. All right, peep game chat. If this is the entirety of the match, can I go back? Thank you. If this is the entirety of the match, right? And you hit the opponent half the time, right? Half the time you hit them. The other half, you don't, right? This is the point in where you miss, right? Your goal is to stretch this out as much as possible so that instead of it being half the time, you can hit them 75% of the time, right? Or you make it so that instead, like half the time that you hit them, instead of doing 65% of damage, right? You take 100% of damage, right? Because if you hit them half the time, you should be able to kill them. But it also works in the opposite way too, right? Let's say they hit you in all of your encounters. They hit you 65% of the time, right? They can kill you if you fuck up. 3 touches, right? That's all it takes. 3 clean touches and you're dead. So you want to increase how often you hit them, and you want to decrease how often you get hit, all right? Always think about that. I got the hit. Can I do more, right? Can I do more damage? Can I open them up more, right? Which should lead to more damage. Once you learn how to do this, you should be going, how can I get more damage? What's the most amount of damage? After I get the damage, how do I open them up again, right? You're at the point where you're going to have to start to think about that. But importantly, the other part, there's categories that I like to look at. And whenever I like do any kind of coaching, I always come back to this. As soon as I can find it, I had it on my ears. I always have this on my desktop for a reason. Give me 2 seconds. Cool. All right. 4 categories. Apply. APLI. I learned this from Overwatch content creator Pro Like Crow. This is how he looks at how he improves, and I think it's really, really good. He was a, I think, semi-pro Quake player, high-level Junkrat player. Look at these 4 things. This is how you can like assess what you need to improve on, right? Action. Even though action is at the top, and it's the smallest, that doesn't mean it's the least important, right? In fact, action is probably the most important, right? Even though it's up here and it's this small, this is the most important. If I pick up a character, I will get them to master rank. Why? Because I can act. I can execute, right? This is like how good you can combo, how good you can move. Like, this is you executing. Positioning in this game is mostly spacing, like where you place yourself, where you place your opponent, and like that's pretty straightforward, right? Logistics is the one that people always have a hard time with, right? Because what does that mean in Street Fighter? I look at this as like how you transport your resources. So if positioning is where you position, logistics is how you got there, how you position, right? And I will also include how you use your resources. This is something I'm having a hard time with because I'm burning out a lot. Likewise, there's times where I should burn out my her opponent, and I'm not. Information to me, this is my go-to. If there's something I don't know, you figure it out. If you're in diamond, you could always increase your information. If you're in diamond and you're not sure what you should be doing, action, I think, is one of the most important things to learn, right? I would say this is number 1 and this is number 2, right? But I don't mean it's like rank 1, 2, 3, 4, right? What I mean to say is like this is 1, 2, and then like 3, 4, right? Big gap in between the 1 and the 2, right? These go hand in hand, right? 1 and 2. Can you do more damage? Right? Are there punishes that you could learn? Well, you have to learn the punish, and then you have to act on the punish. These two are the most direct ones. Very, very easy to improve. Not very easy, but like it's very easy to see where you need to improve. You dropped a combo, work on that combo. You dropped a punish, work on the punish. You got the knockdown, and they mashed. But they mashed through, and they beat you. Okay, how do you stop them from mashing? Learn what you got to do, and then practice what you got to do. Very easy to like see and to understand. Whenever you get stuck, this is how you should look at the game. I helped out, I think it was Digital. I told him, I was like, get a book. Whatever you're unsure about something, whatever, there's something that frustrates you, write it down. It helps out so much. Frame kills that mix opponent, perform the frame kill properly, and know that the frame kill exists. Yeah. So it's like, I knocked them down. What do I do? Right? One of the first things I do is going, okay, how can I hit a meaty attack? For an example, one of the things that I need to work on is meaty jabs. Meaty jabs are so fucking strong in this game, right? Especially for Juri. Because, like, if you could be +2, like, you're good to go, right? You could run the mix. Right? You're 0 there, right? +1. Okay, right? +1, but if I'm +1 there, I'm +2 here. Wait, huh? Hello? 4, 3. Okay, cool. Information's key, right? +1. 23. 22. I don't have a 21. I do have 21. Yeah, hold on a second. Wait. +1. No. 2. Wait. There it is. +1 there. +1. Surprised that dash doesn't work there then. I'm probably canceling some like frame there. Either way, that's how I view things, right? So it's like I need to learn a meaty jab. And I need to hit on frame 4, 5, 6, 37, 31, 37. I don't think I have a 36. I can't. 23. But yeah, that's how I view things. On the other side, recognize that frame kills is what it is, and realize in situation where frame kills are so close, they're likely to strike, throw, neutral jump. I like certain... Sorry. Anyway. Love hearing you say that. I got to Diamond 1 yesterday and felt proud, but now I'm even more excited to learn. I know that everyone is eager to get to a higher rank. I am too. I want to get back to 17. That would mean a lot to me. But ultimately, I understand that getting to 17 does not mean I'm a better player. That's the harsh reality. And that is like the unfortunate reality is that you have to remove your ego from your points. But you have to also allow yourself to like feed your ego because of your point. Very, very hard thing to do, right? You have to like trick yourself to like feel good when the points go up, but don't feel bad when the points go down, right? That's hard. You're saying this? It's not meaty though. -1. Oh, +1 is the best I can get. Huh. +1 is the best I can get. That's right. Okay. Yeah, so I was doing it right. I was doing it right. That stinks. It tends to work, though. Well, it's meaty. I'm sorry. I'm using it in a different thing, right? You're right. It is meaty. Yup. You're absolutely right. You're 100% right. It is meaty. I was not looking at it from that point of view. I was looking at it as in like a late meaty. This is meaty. You're right. You're 100% right. Yeah. No. I was looking to hit a late meaty. My bad. So yeah, I would... No. Yeah. So it's meaty, but I was looking at late meaty so I can get more frame advantage. So I guess like what I'm trying to say, chat, is like allow yourself to feel accomplishment, but if it takes a bit of time, you have to allow yourself that grace. Make sense? All right, so seeing as we took a break already from the game, here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go grab a drink because I'm starting to get dehydrated. I feel very parched. I'll do a stretch, and I did get in a VOD review over on YouTube from Millie Rage, and I did want to do that today. So important. I urge you all, if you guys want to submit a replay or two, probably like the set, right? You could always go to that link on screen there, fill that out in the comments. I'll pick people at random and review it, go over it, see what I can do to help. But also I want you guys to really take note at the first part there too. I'm starting up a new series on the channel. I'm going to be doing a weekly video called the Kale Bag Mailbag, where you can email me a question, any thoughts, blah, 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 and I'll read it. For now, it's just going to be a straight up, like, just trying to talk on camera and such. But eventually, I'm thinking about doing, like, a lunch with Kale kind of thing. So we'll sit down for a meal, and we'll talk. We'll see. But I do want to do that. So engagement with that would be cool. So the email address is going to be bignastyKale@gmail.com. Feel free to email me questions, thoughts. If you want to talk about how to get better at the game, you could do that. If you want to ask a question about the state of the game, you could do that. And I'll answer it as best as I can. And I'll purge them weekly. So if you want it to get in there, get it in before, I'm thinking, Friday night. But we'll see. But yeah, that link there has information on both. I would love to have you guys. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go BRB, go take a piss, go grab a drink. I'm gonna run an ad. If you want to support me, just chill out during the ad. I don't think Twitch is doing the gifted sub discount anymore. But if you want to support me, I'm also thinking about doing like mini coaching sessions, you know what I mean? And I probably will do it through Patreon, but we'll see. I'll have more information about that. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Thanks for coming through, and we'll talk about it in a bit. All right. guys. Okay, we are back. Got a drink. We should be good. Okay. So, let's take a look. I have hard drive space, right? Yes. Round and round, and we all fall down. We're down, and we'll all fall down. All right, shea butter over there. Appreciate you, big dog. Well, that's where my chopstick went. I was trying to find that other half. Okie dokie, Hokai. Got a marker there. Cool. All right, so we have a VOD review from Millie Rage, and they say, they are rank 1550. Pause this. They are rank 1550, and their thoughts: going into the Manon match, I want to prioritize pressure over everything because I know she's that she has pretty poor options on wake up. Her buttons are relatively stubby compared to Juri's, so I want to bait a whiff medium punch or crouching medium kick and use that to start your pressure. Spacing traps will be huge, and once I start gaining pressure, I want to prioritize zoning and starting to walk her into the corner until she feels the need to reversal on wake up. I have a really hard time reading when she will decide to go for a command grab. This is prevalent across all grapplers in my gameplay. I tend to attempt to backdash or jump to avoid the grab prematurely and eat big combos because of it. Any tips will be appreciated. Well, one of the things that you need to accept is that is the game plan for all of grapplers. That's why I don't like them. And that's because I feel like they don't really earn it. They knock you down, they get close to you, and then like they just get to run the mix up. And whether or not you get hit is really dependent less on how well they play and more of like how you decide to try to avoid their next mix up. You know what I mean? But that is a grappler, but it is what it is. Menon's a little bit harder too because the longer you go and the more she grabs you, the more scary the mix is. That's the truth of it. So you're not alone on that. Again, like that legitimately is their game plan. Okay. Running round and we fall down. Do I have any intentions to go pro? No. I do not have the time to put in the effort of going pro. That was maybe in my youth when I actually like was like pseudo sponsored and getting like offers to be sponsored from like small like orgs and stuff like that. And I didn't take any of them except for like a group that my friend did because I didn't trust them. Like one org was like we want to bring you on to DMG. I was like, all right, well, what do I get? Like, what's the pay? They're like, oh, it's not paying. I'm like, so I bring my name, and I wear your name, and everybody sees your name, but I don't get anything from it. They're like, well, we might throw you some merch or something. I was like, will you pay for travel? No. Appreciate it, but no thank you. They're like, well, can we put you on like a trial? I mean, if you do well, then no. I do not work for free. Sorry. To get legend, I mean, if it happens, it happens. You know what I mean? I'm not here to like, it's not my goal. I don't foresee myself ever getting legend like mid or late season. That's the truth of it. Basically, I don't see myself ever getting to 19. That's the truth, right? All right, we have a matchup here. It's 1535 versus an 1890. So in these situations here, you always have to like accept the fact that like they probably have more information about you than you have about them. You have a game plan, and your game plan is you want to try to make their buttons whiff, and you want to try to walk them to the corner. One of the things that you didn't say is like, how do you plan to do that? And I think that's a good question to ask going forward. Is when you have a game plan, it's like, great, how am I going to do that? So let's see what happens.
Prepare.
Round one. Fight.
All right. So your goal already, you just did it. Like you achieved your goal, but you were not ready for it because you wanted to act. I wonder why you threw that button out. You're really far away. If you threw out a crouching straw, you would have hit her. Anyway. So at this point, you've seen that she is going to throw out some like bangers, right? My suggestion is when you play, try to minimize how many stores you do in neutral, especially, I mean, against her, right? Like, that's my point. Like, if she's like that close to you, you shouldn't be trying to store, right? You have to play without your stores. You have OD, Ankensatsu, you have Drive Rush. You can always just cancel it to something, right? You don't need to have your stores in this case here, right? So, like, try to play without them. Because once you get the knockdown, party time, dash up, mix, right? Your question also was like, how do I know when they're going to like do something? And I don't. But you have to like pay attention to their habits and patterns. All right. So they're trying to look for something here, right? They want to see you do something after the knockdown. So remember, everything you do is information, right? They were waiting for you to do something. Okay, okay. Hello? I'm surprised that worked. I'll take it. I'm assuming this was supposed to be DP. So, you know, obviously you know. Dropping stuff, not good. But it's like important to like understand like when you drop stuff, it's not one of those things that it's like, oh, it happens, right? It's like, no, like you should get better at it. But also, remember that you do this as well. Right? So remember you can do that. And I believe if you didn't have the stock, you get a different frame of mind. That's also an option too. But basically, I don't want it to be like one of those things where I'm like, oh, look, you dropped it, you should work on it. What I think you should be thinking about is like, these kind of things can't happen. Like, they just can't. And I say that because, like, your consistency will help your win rate go up. So if you're inconsistent there, you're going to be inconsistent in other places. So you want to, like, plug those things up. Okay. So they are waiting for you. Right? You have given them so much information at this point that if they just stop a bit, you will press and you will miss. That's a big thing, right? So remember, whenever you do things, you should be prioritizing making connection, right? Even if it's like one of those things where it's like, oh, you're trying to catch them, trying to backwalk, you're trying to catch them before they press a button, like all that stuff. Absolutely, I get it. But you missed, right? You swung, you missed. This wouldn't have happened if you didn't miss. Keep that in mind. They are not even trying to go in. Their goal is just to whiff punish you and just slowly get the, like 3 stocks already. Also, remember when they retaliate, right? This is all information that you should be trying to store away. And there's like points like this where it's like, you lose your turn here, but you're kind of spaced far, which is why you did this, right? but you also want to see like what they did.
Let me take the lead.
So on the hard kick, they pressed a strong, right? And that move is good, right? But you also like delayed a bit too, right? So it's like this is like one of those things where it could have gone like either way, right? But also I want you to take note, like you have to like decide what do you want to do, right? If you're gonna like mash, then mash, right? If you want it to whiff, hold back, right? You could hold back just a few frames and then throw it out, right? Or press. So like you have to like make a choice. Like, what do you want to do? And maybe you don't know, so like you just like block and chill, right? Also, in this matchup here, this move is really good. This move is really good because it moves her forward and it's fast. This move is really, really good. Much better than like this button, I think. If you're not fast enough, it whiffs. But you have a little bit more time to whiff punish with this button here. It's just harder to use, right? You have to hit the forward button. But in these cases here, you kind of have to like commit to it, right? But like back walking too will sometimes make things whiff, right? Versus if you like block low, I think it still makes, it doesn't make connection, right? But there are times when like it would. So whatever happens, definitely like take note of it. Oh, whoops, I did not mean to do that. Whatever happens, take note of what they did as retaliation. You press something, they blocked it, what did they do? If they went with a low forward, you know that you could probably press there, right? If they went for a low forward, you could press there. In case in point, right? That they block this,
Let me take the lead.
and like you can still press here, right? You still can press here, right? Because their button is slow, and they have to reach you. You could press there. So it's like one of those things like, oh, they hit a medium attack. Okay, I can press there. If they press a light attack, I can't press there. You know what I mean? So like those kind of things. As a note, this button is incredibly, criminally underutilized. I'm going to show you what I mean. This button here, always look for this. I don't care if it says punish counter. I don't care if it says counter hit. If you see anything fly up when you hit this, I want you to take note. You're plus 11 there. So if it's punish counter, you're plus 11. If it's counter hit, you're plus 9. But that means that crouching heavy punch is 8 frames. So no matter what, you can always hit a down fierce. So I want you to start taking note
Let me take the lead.
of like anytime you do this, you get any kind of like a counter hit or something. Oh, also one more thing, right? And that will just help you like get more damage in places where you wouldn't have before. Because you could have done like this instead, right? Or you could do this too. Drive rushing here. Look at your drive gauge here, right? 1.5 bars. Watch your drive gauge here. Look at the difference in drive gauge. If you use any of your drive gauge, you're at like 2.5 to 1.5 bars. Maybe like 2.5, 3 bars, right? But like when you use your stocks, look how much drive gauge you have. Look at that. That's like super powerful. And the reason why is because from here, you can use your drive gauge, but you get more damage here. Right? So getting that counter hit is like huge. I keep doing that. So get in the habit of like practicing that. That's something that I drilled and it helps so much. And I also like I'm gonna be throwing a lot of stuff at you, but at the end I'm going to give you some advice, like blanket advice, right? Remember, everything we do is information, right? So watch this. Parry, right? They fucked up here, right? You did parry, but you didn't get the drive rush, right? So what do you do? And they see it too, right? Look, they try to press, right? They're fast and they're going to react. They got those, right? So they see the parry and they're ready for you. Because I believe in this time here, that if you actually got it, I guess they still would have gotten hit, right? But they were watching, right? You fuck up, they press, and they win for it again, right? You win for it again. It worked out, but remember, if I see a person with a parry, I'm going to assume they're going to drive rush. I'm not saying not to do it, but remember, you gave up information. You were trying to drive rush and you failed. You might look to do it again. I would have stopped that. And you still have a lot of drive gauge, but like you don't get as much damage. That's what I'm saying. What'd you do there, home? Home. Why would you do stand fierce? Of all the things to do, even if they block this, like, even if they block that, I mean, you're better off just going for like, but like still though, it's like you're better off just doing that, right? Like this is not a really good option. I wouldn't say. That's my point of view on it. Okay, you knock down. So they have 3 medals, and you're 1 command grab into dying. So you want to watch out for that. They're watching for something. Nice. This worked out. You jump preemptively. I like that. DP too. I think you both were going to jump at the same time, right? You recognized it? Fine. I like that. You're both into 1 touch. You're 0 here, right? If you both press, like this part here determines who wins and who loses. This interaction here determines everything. Let's see what happens. Yep. You lost. Just on that. So remember, on this here, you're 0, which means that you both can press buttons at the same time. And like, it comes down to the coin toss, right? So you went for throw, which is 5 frames. They went for a crouching light, which is 4 frames. So obviously, if you look down here, obviously theirs will hit earlier, which means you lose. So keep that in mind. If you do go for that on block, throws are a call out if you think they're going to block. But in this case here, the reason why I said it comes down to this here is because like you both are in kill range and it's 0. Like, why wouldn't they press? Right? Right? So a light would have worked, but like you're 0. So it's like you would have traded. So let's play that out, right? Let's see. Right. So if you trade here, just swing, right? Just fuck it, just swing, right? But important, when you do this, you could do a few things. 1, not hit it so close, or try to hit it far enough so that their light won't connect. And the last thing I'll say about this round is just watch yourself, because this is an obvious DR, right? You backdash, that was obvious, right? Again, I would stop this. Like, because I see you backdash, and I'm like, all right, he gets in by drive rush and by jumps. That would be my, like view on you, which is not a bad thing, right? Do it until it doesn't work. You would have been better off doing like a
full battle.
a medium punch, you know what I mean? Where you're plus, but you were trying to stab, you know what I mean? So every round you should like think about what changed, right? What information do you have now that you didn't have then, right? So they're gonna press. Their reactions are really good, right? So you can play against them when it comes to that, or you might just have to like try to get them to press a button first. I would have a hard time in this matchup here because I'm gonna whiff buttons. But I would be looking to do that, or maybe even trying to find angles on jump-ins, like on top of her head, see if they like can react like a jump back or something. But yeah, it's gonna be hard to throw fireballs, but don't be afraid to use OD for it too. So they're gonna whiff buttons too, because they're trying to catch you trying to do something. So this should be an indication for you. Maybe slow down a bit, right? I like this. Parry this. Whenever you see this, just parry it. That way you get the drive gauge back. And if you look at your drive gauge, by blocking all that, you lose gauge, right? What's the punish? Bong, 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 bong. You also could have done here too, without using 2 bars. I would use your stock, right? Okay, hold on a second. You're cooking. Wait a minute. I think that was an error. Yeah, you hit light punch. So remember how I said like clean it up, right? Like that's what I mean. You fuck up on one thing, you're gonna fuck up on more things. So you gotta clean those things up. I do this a lot too. I actually do the quarter circle back a lot also. But you got the drive. Okay, feng shui engine. They don't have 2 bars, so you're safe just to go in on this. Bong, 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 bong. Safe jump. What's the play after the safe jump? Okay. So I'm gonna show you how you could have won here. All right, this is a mix-up that I like to do. It's expensive, so it might not be the best one. After this here, after you get them to block, you do your forward hard punch. The jump in, if they block it, you're plus 11. Your forward hard punch is 15 frames. There's a 4-frame gap here. They can't jump away. They can't throw because it's a 4-frame gap. Throw is 5 frames. But since it's a 4-frame gap, if they press a button, you trade. You're pressing a heavy, they're pressing a light. The trade is in your favor. So even if you trade, you can combo after the trade. So it's very advantageous. I'm going to show you what it looks like. As soon as they block it, right? As soon as they block it, you do a forward hard punch. Right? They can't press a button there. They can't DI there. They can't jump here. Like, they have to hold this. The only problem is that if they block, I think you're -4, so you might have to like do something like that, or just burn yourself out. I mean, I don't want to see you burn yourself out, right? I like that mix a lot. So you do the forward hard punch, and then determine if it's block or hit, right? Right. So after the safe jump, forward hard punch is a frame trap that you can combo after a trade. If they can't jump away, they can't throw away, they can't DI, they can DR, right? They can drive reversal it, fine. But it's a nice frame trap, and it works a lot. So like, yeah. Just be careful. I would get in the habit of practicing confirming on block or hit because you don't want to burn yourself out. I burn myself out a lot, and I don't want to see you do that, right? But yeah, that's how you could have won that round, right? I know you went for the double overhead. Fine. After you hit the double overhead too, I want you to also keep in mind that it sets up the next double overhead as well, right? So this knockdown here, you can actually just jump back into it again, right? You could just run it, right? If they block low, they're fucked, right? Or you could also just jump into, right? So that's an option. Also, this is an option as well. Doing the light kick. But she's blocking the wall because of the gun, right? But yeah, like after you get hit, you do it again. If they stand up, they get hit again. So that's an option as well. Okay. I like it. You can kill here. There's a light punch. Yep. So after a DI, you also can do a sweep. Which is good damage. Or do this. That might not kill, right? So that's why I like this. Does damage. So kind of going back to like what I had said. To what I said earlier. It's like, remember how I said you get the hit? Let me go back. Do I not have that anymore? So like kind of like what I said earlier, it's like, how did I hit them? I hit them. Can I do more? You should always be like trying to like do that. Of course, you can't see my face. You can't see because of my face. Boom. Right? How did I hit them? Can I do more? Right? So you hit the DI, right? Can you get more off of it? And that's a question that you should have asked yourself as soon as you hit this. Like afterwards, you should have gone, could I have killed there? Right? Even if you did like when you look back on it, right? You did this. What about OD, right? OD, no. Also, keep in mind, this is a safe jump. That too is a safe jump. So what I want to see from you, most definitely, is can I kill? Right? That was a good round for you. Good job. When you hit them, can I have done more? What was the best case? They're going to watch you now, like a hawk. Remember, they're good at reacting. So you're not going to get that again. I don't think. Nice. That's information. They also reversal a lot. Oh, you burnt yourself. Godspeed. You better be on the right. You better be on the right side of frame advantage, and you better watch for a DI. Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. It's like fucking Jaws. Be careful. There it is. Yup. There it is. So here, the reason why I was like, oh, there it is. They're free to take their turn here. You're too close, right? You're -3 there. You're fucked, right? As soon as they blocked it, I was like, GG's, dog. If you recognize this, you could have supered. Try and super early, too. You can't press a button there. I like it. I like it. I like it. Ooh. You can combo after the trade here. Can you? I would have tried to combo there. Yup. You could have won there. You definitely could have won there. You're plus here. You did a drive rush overhead. They did a jab. You could have won that. Over, yeah. Throw. And the reason why I knew that they were going to throw here is because, like, they have 4 medals. They're behind. They kind of have to take a risk here, right? And they saw that you blocked the first one. So, like, this part here is a test balloon. They want to see what you're doing, right? So they can tell that you're either... No, you're holding back, right? Yep. So they see that you're not trying to jump away, right? You have the health to, like, get hit here, I think. You know what I mean? Overhead. Nice block. You can punish this. You won the game. Nope. That's 2 times where you could have won. Remember, information, super important. don't think this works. So it does work. Yup. Information, dog. Oh, keep that in mind. Like, again, information is so important. You got him. Nice. I didn't think you were going to win that round. I thought that round was cooked. So, I want you to take note. When did you get hits? Drive rushes. So, you got the win on that. Well played. Absolutely. But I want you to, like, remember, like, damn. I kind of got away with some drive rushes there. I got to be careful now, right? But run that shit down, right? You run it down until it doesn't work. When it doesn't work, you stop doing it. That's a punish, yep. Spacing, of course, but they were in the corner.
Round one. Fight.
All right. Here comes the drive rush. Here comes the stand strong. Ooh, nice bait. Well, fucking well played. All right, so you baited them and they didn't press. Okay, so maybe they're afraid to press there because they keep getting hit by it. Right? That's information. Ooh, shot. Can't whiff those. Early throw? Ooh, I told you. Their reactions are really good. Bong, bong. Did you jump there? So, like, this is one of those times where I would have got hit. What did you do? You tried to DP. So I see a lot of DPs that just aren't happening for you. This was just late. Your DP timing was late. That could have just been lag. That's understandable. Do you DP again here? They're watching. They're watching. Scary. Okay. Press. Fuck it, right? Watch your drive gauge. What were you doing? So I called this out in the first match that they press buttons, right? So if they press buttons, you have to close that off, right? This is an easy strong. Right? That's hard to actually time. That's really hard to time based on this is an easy strong, right? If you're gonna do the if you're gonna do a crouching light kick, would consider using a drive rush here, right? I don't want you to because you're low on drive gauge. Right? You do that too, or like that, right? Dash, drive rush, or you do that too, right? So your gauge back in the corner of them. I like the idea, but they're pressing buttons, and that should have been your. This should be your cue that they're gonna press buttons. Nice. Your next drive rush is gonna be stupid. Told you, your drive rushes, they're gonna start to catch. And also not. What do they do there? Well placed. Okay, 3 bars. You knock them down. They press buttons. Close the meaty off. Nice. Any blockers in the chat? Any blockers in the chat? Where are my real blockers at? Hard R. Any blockers? Can't block that high. You have to block that low. Just parry it. Just parry. You get your drive gauge back, right? Get drive gauge back. Right? Yeah, you gotta watch this one. I told you, jumping, drive rush, that's how you get in. Once they close that off, it's gonna be harder. Button press. Okay, you go in. You delayed this. Again, They mash. You're +1 there. This is 6 frames. I think you messed up your timing. Yep, you missed it by 2 frames. You gotta close these things off. These are things that you should be going, that should have worked. Why didn't it work? And then you look back, you're like, oh, my timing's off. Your timing has been off like a lot in this game. So I don't know if there was lag or if you have like a naturally like late by a few frames timing, but you gotta close these things off. Again, like she's giving you so much damage, right? Giving you so much. So you gotta close these like I'm not saying this like in a light way. This is why you're losing. Right? These are the cases why like it's costing you games. I would have got thrown there 100% of them. Okay. Nice. They're mashing, dog. They're mashing. Close them up. They block. They're mashing. They're mashing jab from that far. Yo, pack them up. You got this. Super. They throw super out a lot. Block first, and then go for whatever you plan to go for, right? Like just block a few frames, right? Block a few frames. But yeah. It's the shit that's killing you. That's the end of this round, right? That's the shit that's killing you. This men-on player is hitting buttons. They're reversaling a lot. Like, you should be able to control them. Like, I thought this was going to be a wash because of the disparity between the points. You could beat this person, 100%.
Round 1. Fight.
All right. Match 3. What did we learn? They press buttons. They press buttons, but they got good reactions. So, get the knockdown, run the mix on them, right? Get the knockdown, you run the mix on them, but you also cover for any kind of reversals. When you feel like they might be panicked, that's the time to start to shimmy. That's when you start to shimmy, or just delay a few frames. You know what I mean? Drive rush has worked out, but they probably caught on to you. Drive rush incoming. Nice. Okay, I like it. They're pressing buttons, dog. Don't let this kid press buttons on you. You're not pussy. Right? You're not pussy. Don't let this kid press buttons on you. This is your trap. You set the trap. You set the trap. Ensnare them. Free yourself. You don't got to delay shit. They're pressing buttons. They're retaliating immediately. Like, think about retaliation. I love that word. Shout outs to Cayman, right? They're going to press a button. It's just a matter of when they're going to press it. And they're pressing immediately. That means you could just keep your gaps as tight as possible and they will fall on their sword. 2 medals. To run up, they're going to look to try to get more real quick. Nice. They are fucking getting hit by lows like crazy. Watch the drive gauge. They're mashing on you. Yo. Is Meaty in the chat? Paging Dr. Meaty. I need to get hit by the Girthquake. I need some meaties. I need some frame traps. This is crazy. Just run the mix on them. You fucked up the throw. It happens. Tighten that shit up. Because now you gotta deal with her shit. Drive rush into command grab. Nice. Get on that ass. Yes, that's what I'm talking about. Meeting them!
Let us begin.
What are we doing? Overhead. No. This is crazy. There is a phrase that I love. I want you to remember this. Write it on a piece of paper, put it on the wall. It doesn't matter. Never get in the way of a fool and a mistake. Right? I love that phrase so much. If they're going to make a mistake, you back the fuck up. All right, big dog, you got it. Right? That's all you. Fill yourself to capacity. I want you to go in for seconds. I don't want any. I'm good. I'm good on mistakes. Ooh, it upsets my stomach. I'm mistake intolerant. Well, I'm good, right? No. It's all you. Yo, I know it's your favorite. Enjoy. The church van is broke. We will not be in attendance, right? Let them enjoy that shit. They're making mistakes and you're getting in the way of it. Don't. Just let them make the mistake. Also, you don't know this person. They might be mashing because they're tilted. Right? You don't know that shit. Tilt them more. Yeah, your jump ins are gonna get stuffed. Every time you jump in, that's a free medal, so keep that in mind. On top of it, watch the drive gauge. Look. 2 bars used. Boom.
With grace. Here I come.
Like 1 bar used. Now. We're right back to where we started. Whenever they get the knockdown, I want you to take note.
With grace.
This is a mix here, right? You kind of have to like deal with it. But what you could do too is like a delayed jump. Right? Right? You delay jump so that you block whatever they want to do, but you still can jump, right? Hard to do, but like that's an option. I find jumping to be a little bit more consistent than backdash, but backdash is going to get you a bigger punish. You know what I mean? But whenever you see this, you should be like thinking like, ooh, I hope they don't do a command grab. Because remember, if they command grab, you should be thinking, how could I hurt them? And they will fall apart when you knock them down. So anytime they screw up and you get the knockdown, you get to run your mix. Like if you knock them down here, I guarantee you how that next thing works, right? You knock them down, you get Oki, you dash up on them, and you block, right? And I bet you they use their level 2. Or they try to wake up with a command grab again. If you stay out of range, you're good, right? So it's like if you force an error here and you get them to screw up, it's more likely that they screw up again. Plus, they're up around. They could like kind of throw a bit, right? This is going to hurt. Yeah, this is going to be strike. So they threw you off the same mix-up, right? The chances of like a command grab here, it's low. I would watch for this next part here for a command grab. Especially on these moves here. You are mashing it. That's the mix, unfortunately, right? That's the mix. DI, in that case, there is usually not good. DI is usually not like a good choice for defense unless they're burnt out. If they're burnt out, then like, you know, it's not the worst thing because they can't do the cancel, and the onus is on them to super or something, right? What you could have done was just use one of your super bars, right? Your level 1. Like, if you're going to reversal, commit to, like, DP, super, right? You're low on drive gauge, so maybe don't use your drive gauge. But either way, you're, like, in kill range, right? Yeah, you should have picked up on... Yeah, you should have picked up on the mashing. But that's why I always ask, like, where did you take damage, right? Where did they take damage? Minimize the times in which you took damage. Maximize the times where they took damage. Likewise, reduce the amount of times where you take damage, but increase the amount of times that they take damage. So whenever you block something, can I punish that? Can I take a turn back, right? Whenever you hit them, can I do more damage? Whenever they're like on block, they did this. What could I have done to stop it, right? Is there something that's common that I could have done? In this case, they just mashed on you a lot. And to be honest, seeing as you didn't stop them, why would they stop? You know? So I like to give actionable tools on what to work on, and I feel like a lot of times, like a lot of the actionable things always boils down to like a few things. You have to VOD review yourself more. I am always glad to be the person to take a look at your stuff, but I want you to also like take this time and look at how I VOD reviewed it and how you could have done it, right? Because there's a lot of things you didn't know then, and there's a lot of questions that you could have at least like asked. And if you don't know the answer to them, then of course you ask a person. But like figuring out answers to your questions will naturally make you understand the game better, which will make you a better player. So I want you to work on your meaties. That's like super duper duper important. I think you're trying to get into delay buttons, and I think there's a time and a place for it. But I also think, especially in this match here, I don't think there was really a time for it, right? Because you knocked her down a lot, and you just like watched her as she just did whatever she wanted to do, right? So I know you know how to do that, right? I know you know how to do that. That's meaty, but it might be time to like revisit it, and then like think about like how you can like maximize this case here and how you're going to work on your next matchup, right? Like, get used to this again, and then like decide what you want to do. I think that's like one of the most important things that you need to work on. Like, especially like for this set here, stopping a person from pressing buttons is the first step to starting to run the mix. And you saw it from her side, right? You saw it from her side because all she did was when she did this, when she did that, that was just a test balloon for, are they just going to let me, or are they just going to block? If they're going to block, cool, right? I'll just do that. Right? But you notice the first thing that started it was like, are they gonna block? Yeah, all right, fuck it, right? Because if you got hit by it, right, and it wasn't counter hit, that would tell her that you tried to jump, right? So for an example, something that you might not know, let's say someone presses a button after you force them to block, right? They're going to press a button there, right? If you see this and a counter hit, it pops up. That means they press a button. Obvious, right? Likewise, what happens when there's no button press? Let's say there's movement, right? So let's say they try to jump, right? And you just see the hit. Well, people just don't just let go of the stick, right? Usually this means that they were trying to like do some kind of movement, backdash, jump, something, right? And like that's like an indication for, especially like a person who like grabs and such. They're like, oh, they tried to jump there? Oh, okay, weird, right? And you keep that in mind. So on the flip side, if that happened to you and you try to jump and they didn't see the counter hit, that's an indication that you're going to be trying to hold up, which means that they probably would stick to just more strikes and not throws. This will be hard to practice, but I think overall your execution could get more smooth. And I'm not one to talk. Like lately, my inputs have been really fucked up. And if you like saw like here, my controller has been acting up. Like I got a frame of a forward, my controller stopped pressing buttons, and then I got a forward again, and I got a dash, and all I did was just like hit forward. So like that's been a problem that I've been having. I wonder why it's been doing that. So I need you to like tighten it up, right? And I need you to tighten it up, and I need you to like work on things like that, especially like when you wake up. Like set your dummy, Juri, and then like set up a mix-up for you. Have the dummy do it, something as easy as this, right? And then just practice being able to wake up with it, right? Just getting used to the timing of it. Right? I fucked it up there, right? You know what? I know this sounds like basic, but it happens all the time. So like, give yourself 5 minutes of this, right? And like, try to focus in on how it feels. Exactly how it feels, right? The timing of it, how you do the motion cleanly. Because you're going to do it, right? It's not something that you're going to confirm. You're going to do it as soon as you get up. You might as well be somewhat like clean with this. The same thing goes for like your supers. I know it sounds like basic, but everyone screws this up. And it's because I usually do it too early. You know what I mean? Like, just get into the habit of doing those things and like getting your inputs clean. You don't gotta rush it. When I'm nervous or panic, I always press my super button too early. The motion is correct with the timing. Ah, so you do down, down, forward, forward, down, down, forward, button press, forward. I do that too. Super common. Super common. What you got to do there is to think about the input, the last input, and the button press on the same frame. Meaning, instead of doing forward, down, corner, and then like punch like this, think of it like forward, down, corner, punch, right? Right. That way it forces you, or like a sub is super, a sub is super. You do down, corner, forward, down, corner, forward, and button, right? Like you make sure the forward comes on that like button press. Like the forward is the important part, right? Focus in on the forward or the back, right? I know I was gonna screw up. Right. I drill for at least an hour a day, but some days you can't clean it up at all. That's fine. It happens. That's normal. But I also think drilling for an hour might be a bit much. I would go into the lab with something in mind, figure it out, get a good feel for it, and then jump into some games, right? Play some games and see if you can do it. If you can't do it, get out the games, go back, drill a little bit, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, it doesn't matter. Don't spend too much time doing it. Get into game. You want to try and have focused training, unless you don't feel like playing. If you don't feel like playing, then just get the drill, right? Do it a bit and then call it a day. Spending a lot of time doing drills, as much as I think that they are important, there comes a point where like your brain gets used to the drill without context, and playing games will help you with the context. Does that make sense? So work on your meaties. Work on the damage outside of the meaties. Work on the damage outside of them with 1 stock, 2 stocks, 3 stocks, no stocks, right? Think about if you want to drive rush. Think about if you don't want to drive rush. Think about if you want to end your combo with a super. Think about if you want to go into your feng shui engine. What do you do after that? What's the mix up after that? Do you want to go into a level 3, right? Is it for the kill? How can you kill off that meaty, right? If you plan to do this as a meaty, how can you kill off of that? What's your best option? Like, come up with questions and find answers for it. That should always be your goal. I always will say execution, execution, execution. Your execution should be so good that it doesn't matter how nervous you are. Execution should be like moving your arms and legs. You don't think about it, right? It's just something that happens, and there's something that you just do. So you need it to be automatic. No one's perfect, but you always strive to reduce the amount of errors as possible, right? As much as possible. Ask questions, find answers, and I think the questions that you have are: how can I get better at meaties? How can I get better at my execution? GG's, well played. And if anybody wants to get their VODs reviewed, you can have the link that will be in the chat or in the description to this video. I will select them at random. Better to get them in early, but if they start to ramp up, it's going to be the ones that I'm interested in most. And if you have any questions, you can always email me. Link will be in the description, or bignastykale@gmail.com to get your questions answered for the Kale Bag mailbag. And thank you for sending in your VOD, Millie. Appreciate it. Hopefully it helps. You can always get at me on Discord, link in the description as well. If you ever have a question, you can always ask in the Discord or just DM me. And hopefully that helped. Yeah. If you want to do another character, I might try, but obviously my matchup knowledge is much better on Juri. My matchup knowledge for Cammy is a little meh. I just got to, like, what was it, 1540 and just called it a day. Any issue with submitting another one for a few days? You could do so. I just might not select it. You know, like I said, it's gonna come down to what interests me, respectfully. Multiple VODs from the same person is gonna probably not interest me, but you're free to send in another one. Mike on YouTube said best video was the combo video where you express going slow and then trying to speed up. Change your whole attitude on the game. Chat, this is an esport. This is an esport. You have to treat it like you would train for a sport. Same exact shit. How do you train any sport? You take it slow, you get precise, and you get good at it. Even professional basketball players still need to work on their free throws. They still will practice their ball handling. They still will practice their movement, right? They practice their drills. Obviously, they're on a team, so they work with others to drill it, to get clean, to get precise. You should be trying to do the same thing. There's a lot of precision items in this game that I think are cool. And you don't get good at them unless you practice them. I'll give you an example for one. This here, right? Right? If you did this, you would think this doesn't work, right? Because of that, right? You go to block. I'm out of practicing this, right? If you go to block there, or if you go to press a button, you lose there. Why does that work? You know what I mean? Why does that work, right? But then why does that not work? Precision. Acting precisely. You know what I mean? With intent. So if you block low here, it makes a connection. So then why does it not make a connection here, right? Because I walk back just a few frames, like 5 frames. If you don't do anything at all, it whiffs, right? But when you drop your hurt box, it makes a connection, right? You see my point? Precision. This is like my point of view. It's like if me and you played each other and you tried to do that, I would be like, oh, I know what they're trying to do, right? And then you got hit, I'll like, oh, they don't know. They don't know how to do it. Same thing for this here, right? That's what you should be doing, right? At the same time, running around and we don't fall down. It still works. Never mind. I take it back, right? Yeah. Right. So it's like understanding the difference between what button you press, when you press, excuse me, how you press it. It's like, that's precision. Those are things like you just learn. Those are things that, in my opinion, like, people can't X-copy that stuff. That's a you thing. That's a very, like, you thing. Hanma, I heard from him and Daniela. They were playing a set. And Daniela had pointed out that Hanma has really good micro movement, right? And me and him have been talking about this. That, like, movement with intent is scary. So, like, he's always adjusting his spacing and he's always adjusting intent. But in a very, like, you don't even think about it, right? It's so under the radar. There's a difference between doing, like this and, like, you know, right? There's, like, all these small things about, like, you can't get a read on it. It's hard. It's, like, the same idea. So, like, the logistics of it, like, how you move, that's important, too. So this is, like, one of those things with, like, your micro movement, right? Like, making someone think that you're still in range. Because, like, kind of are, right? Like, you're still in range. But with a small adjustment, right? That could be the difference between, like, a win or a loss, right? Oh my god, my controller's so fucked. Oh my god. Please. Chico, how's it going, homie? How you living? Yo, 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 how we doing? Why is my button not working? Hello? Running round and we all fall down. Yeah, I like that a lot. I've been thinking about a lot of those kind of things, Chico. The thing that I'm, like, thinking about, like, a lot lately is I don't know how to talk about it, right? This is, in my opinion, like, an advanced way to view the game, and I'm not there. So I don't know how to, like, think about it. But the difference between here and here, I think, is really strong, right? Even, like, here, right? Because you can't be thrown here without, like, a small, like, move forward, right? But, like, here versus, like, here is, like, important. I think most Juri players play here on knockdown. But, like, if you knock a person down and you're here, like, you can still attack them, but you can also, like, throw them here. You know what I mean? Like, you're very close to a throw, right? You're still kind of in throw range. So I've been, like, thinking a lot about, like, how to exist in, like, different ranges. And because of that, I've been thinking about, like, after a knockdown, where can I place myself? You know what I mean? How close am I? Like, this is strong, most definitely, right? I 100% agree. But, I mean, I'm sure you get it, too. I am always afraid of, like, the hell's it called? A parry, right? Parry, a reversal, blah, blah, blah. Backdash, jump out, so on and so forth. What am I doing? Oh, this, right? But, like, if you do this, you can still strike, right? You can still strike. You can cover a reversal, right? Shit like that. So, thinking about things like that, it's like I'm thinking about, like, how can I place myself more efficiently? Right? Stuff like that, right? mid-screen is that? It's the same one, right? Oh, this controller. So it's like I'm thinking about how I can move around the screen and put myself in more advantageous situations. You know what I mean? Because like even like stuff like I love this a lot, and I know it's like basic plain Jane shit, right? But I like it a lot. It's cool. It's so simple. I love that so much. I love that so much. It's so good. It's so simple. But the difference between meaty, slight delay, walk back, you can still throw here too. You know what I mean? Like, this is kind of like what I mean, right? I like that. To me, that works. So I can throw here still if they want to press a button. Can block low here if they want to. Right? I like that. So like I've been trying to think about like stuff like that. I'm trying to end on like being able to do this and like stop a wake up throw, but also that I can like walk back and like block low too. So if they actually do want to go for a low attack to beat out a shimmy, I'm still there. And if they drive reverse, I'm sorry, if they drive rush, I can always drive reverse. Does that make sense? So that's why this works, right? That's why that works. Because you were pushed out. So I've been trying to think about stuff like that more. Appreciate the review. Appreciate you sending it in. So I don't know how to extend that. I submitted something for the replay thing. Here's hoping you get picked. I probably won't do another replay tonight. I'm probably gonna play a few more, and then I want to watch that Zaffarino video. I like Zaffarino. I like how he views things. I'm not one to talk because I yap too, but sometimes his content he yaps a little bit. So I might need to like speed it up a little bit, you know. But it's about spacing, so I'm very curious to hear his thoughts on it. Zaffarino makes good content. I don't think it's... How do I say this respectfully? I don't think it's packaged well. You know what I mean? What's Panadol? Chat, what's Panadol and why is this person abusing it? Oh, my days. No, hold start. Yeah, I guess we gotta play it out. Can we not cancel it? Appreciate it. Yeah, his content's good. Chad, if you get a bad connection, please just skip the match. Like his thumbnail, I think could stand out more. If you notice, my thumbnails have like made a change. I'm very simple with my thumbnails now. I think thumbnails should be super simple. Characters are big. Get the thought like out there. Thumbnails are very, very small,
Here comes a new challenger.
so having small elements don't work on thumbnails.
Let us begin.
Yeah, but what's Panadol, though? Ashigeki incoming. I knew the high copy was coming eventually. For it. See? Stop and pop. Oh. Now watch my drive, bitch. I told you, that's the mix that I wanted to do. It works so well. Drive rush. Oh, he didn't block. Oh, he fucked up.
Juri, win. Round one. Fight.
Damn. That felt good.
Round two. Fight.
Alright, smart. I like it. Oh, I definitely parried that. Get out of here. I definitely parried that. I definitely parried that. I think he's gonna mash here. Oh, I was ready for it too. Fuck. I was ready. I didn't think he would mash that though. Ah, yeah. What's the drive rush? What? Damn! Golly! Golly! Yo! Millie! Remember, I told you about this exact thing? I told you exactly about this.
Let us begin.
You ever. I'm telling y'all, chat. I be giving advice that be working, yo. I don't give y'all advice that I wouldn't take. Deep game, chat. I don't give advice that, look, he got hit here, right? He tried to jump, which is like not the right thing to do here, right? But you notice the next thing I do is that it works. And look at the damage. That alone was 18%, 24%, 28%. Oh, he didn't block. He fucked up. Oh, I didn't get that combo. No wonder it did a lot of damage. I was surprised that did so much damage. Why didn't that work? Did I just screw it up? That doesn't combo? It doesn't combo? American Reset. All right, so kind of going back to what I had said about practicing and finding answers. I was wondering why that did so much damage. I fucked the clip up. That sucks. It's gonna be hard on that side. That doesn't work. Oh. I didn't know this combo didn't work. Oh. Which is interesting, right? Because I cut it close. I cut it close for like this reason. Right? I wasn't confident that I could do this. See? That. Instead, what I should have done is this. That still works. Then there. I wonder why that did so much damage. I was like, golly. So yeah. At least I know now. Do that instead. Cool. All right. I wasn't giving that Ryu anything. That Ryu was trying to whiff punch me. I said, I'm not going to give him shit. Christian, I saw yours go out. Jimbo, I saw yours too.
Here comes a new challenger.
No, actually, it doesn't work. So crouch strong cancel actually gives you more to work with.
Round one.
I'm going in, chat. Never mind. Goodbye. Damn. That motherfucker made every wrong move. Going for it.
Juri wins. Round one. Fight. Excuse me. Here.
Oh, he's burnt too, though. Let's go. That motherfucker got mocked. Golly. That was bus ass. Hello, I'm a beginner. I play Street Fighter 6 since the beginning of 2025. Your VOD, really helpful. Thanks for that. I'm platinum now. It's also tilting. How can you keep mental? Okay. This will be really hard to do. This is something that could work, right? You have to split your personality up, right? You have to close your eyes and think of yourself being cut down the center. One half of you plays Street Fighter 5. Plays Street Fighter 6 since 2025. The other is your best friend. The other is your best friend, your brother, your sister, your loved ones, whoever, your most trusted person in your life. And I want you to think about the player being tilted. And you, the best friend, should be that best friend to the other half of yourself. You have to be able to separate yourself from the player. And when you're feeling tilted, you have to do that so that you can take care of yourself. You're going to get tilted. You're going to be upset. You're going to get frustrated. You're going to get sad. It's inevitable. You're going to be disappointed. But you have to learn how to take care of yourself. That's very abstract. It's very like peace and love, man. But what works for me, how I've been like not tilting as much, is I don't look at the points. I don't care if I win or lose. I just think about playing more games. My focus is trying to play more games. If you look at the title for the stream, 390 out of 1,000 games. The reason why is I just need to play more. If I play more and I get more games, win or lose, doesn't matter. You win, great. If you lose, great, doesn't matter. The whole point is to play more games. To play more games and to play quality games. So that you can improve. When you improve, you'll lose less. You'll feel less tilt. You'll be able to control more. So, points don't matter. Your goals matter, but the points, you're going to lose points. You're going to gain points. This is the highest I've been in a long time. I'm getting the jitters. I'm getting very scared. Because 17 is always like where I want to be. 17, I think, is where I belong. And I was stuck like 1,400. I think I hit 13 at some point. That's how bad it was. I don't want to look at the points and get excited because then I'm going to get frustrated. But if I get frustrated, that might be my cue to not play anymore. No. That's actually great, right? The way you said it is perfect. However you want to view it, being able to see yourself and to take care of yourself. It's very abstract. I get it. But whatever you do, you have to be able to take care of yourself. It's called aftercare, right? When you go through hard things, you have to be able to take care of yourself. Oh, that's all. Oh, shit. Ooh. Tired of shit. What? Let's go. But focus on more games. If you focus on more games, you'll naturally win. Shit, that was 2 bars. Oh, I could have blocked that too.
Here we go.
You're good. Hope you continue all your things. Thank you. I'm having a hard time, so I'm trying to get through it.
Farewell. Sorry. Here we go.
Shit. Kimberly is so hard to fight against. What's up? Oy. Kimberly is really hard to fight against. I'm always bad against her. What? Ooh, really? Oh no! I'm dead. I'm super dead, chat. I'm super dead. Okay.
We do this all day, every day.
That space trap was crazy.
Kimberly wins.
The fierce? Even on a jab. That's crazy. Oh no. Oh my god.
Round 2. Fight.
We'll go for it. Nope. No, I didn't get the. Damn. I'm dead, I think. I think I'm dead here. Fucked up. I'm gonna try to DP the slide this time. No! Ah, I fucked the setup. So kind of like as I said to you, Pascal? I hope I'm saying your name right. That big sigh was just to allow myself. Oh shit, I didn't get the drive. He's gonna try to shimmy me here. I know he's throwing me. So like there, I fucked up and I felt pretty shitty about it, right? But I just took a deep breath. It's over. Once I saw Kimberly on the screen, you notice how like I said like, oh, I'm getting close to my goal. I was like, okay. So any loss is gonna feel like double. All right, I'm gonna allow myself to like, well, you might not get it. Okay, it's gone. The end. Next match, brand new match, new person. Let's just play it out. Some whores in this house. Nice, good shit. Good reaction. So I tried to move in on him and press a button. So this time I'm gonna try to bait him to. Gotta get that. No, I didn't mean to do that shit. Oh.
You need training. I'm coming for you.
Nice.
Chun-Li wins.
All right, trying to get him to press is not working, so I gotta start pressing more. Oy. He's not pressing.
Round 2.
Yep.
Fight.
It happens, right? Back up, gang. You too close. He has to deal with a double overhead mix here. I'm gonna try something here. Nice. That sucks. I fucked that up. Is there a mix here that you can do? Why is this doing so much damage? I did mad damage! Holy shit! I had an idea for a mix and... Wow! Wow! Whoa! Come on, just send me a touch. I didn't do that! Oh no! I thought it was out of range. Shit. I'm dead. Okay. Ooh!
Juri wins.
Just
Round 1. Fight.
nice. Yeah, nice. Stab it. I definitely did. Alright. Oh, I just didn't get the button pressed. Oh, nice.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, shit. Oh no! I got fucked up on that. Nice. Damn. No. Whoosh. I'm dead. Fuck. We got a level 3? I'm big dead, dog. I'm alive? Oh.
Chun-Li wins.
Yo, can my mom stop sending me AI art?
Here comes a new challenger. Round 1.
They played well. I don't know why it's so hard.
Round 2. Fight.
Let's go for it, chat. Oh, can I get a cancel? Oh my, I didn't get a cancel at all. Oh, I'm dead. Fuck. I didn't think they would go for it there. They destroyed me though. Why would that not be the right choice? They stopped all my drive rushes.
Round 1. Fight.
Really? Just, it's not that it wasn't scummy. They played well. I don't know what you're looking at.
Round 2. Fight.
They force a mistake on me all the time. I don't understand what else you would want. Oh, no, what? Oh. It's like such a weird thing to do, right? It's like they played well, they whiffed, punished me, they stopped my drive rushes, they mixed me up well. They forced me to make mistakes, right? They played well, and they're like, I don't like how they played. Dog, they won. Like, they won convincingly. It gets Just a weird thing to like think about. They outplayed the shit out of me. It's Luke's hair, yeah.
Round one. Fight.
I didn't mean to dash there. Can you parry, please? Yeah, shoot. And never got into proposing a fight. It was gonna be no, it wouldn't have. But like, that wasn't what happened. You looked at like a part of the game that just didn't happen. That's my point, right? I didn't mean to do that shit. Fuck. Nah, I fucking hit the wrong button. Like, you brought up some shit that didn't happen. Oh, fuck. No! Ah, it sucks. I mean, what was that? You find that boring? That's the point, though. Like, that's how you play. I don't understand. I didn't even dash there. I can close this. No! Fuck! I could have closed that out.
Guile win. Round one. Fight. As expected. Round two. Fight.
Oh my goodness. What are you doing? You can't keep doing that. Are you fucking dumb? What the fuck?
Fight. Round. Fight.
That's crazy. That I tried to. I tried to parry that whole time. Oh fuck! I'm dead. It's the old discussion of playing the right and efficient way versus fun and dumb. But he didn't play dumb. Like, I don't, like, it annoys me, right? Respectfully, it annoys me. The fact that, like, that guy played really well. He played right and he played, like, smart. Right? And, like, he did the right thing based on the opponent. He was able to read me. He saw the type of player I was, and then he countered me. Like, that's what you should be doing. Like, that's actually, like, the right thing to do. He played around my buttons. He checked my drive rushes. He shimmied me. He made good decisions. I gotta stop dashing him for no reason. That's the controller. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Fuck. Anytime you press a button, it's a possible mistake. So, like... I don't know what more you want. Case in point for this player here, right? He's pressing buttons and he's losing for it. So, like, you see here, like, he's pressing buttons, he's doing more stuff, and he's losing for it. He's a good player. Whoosh. That was cool. Oh, I definitely think, yeah. I would have reversed him like a motherfucker there. Oh no! I tried some shit! Like, this guy is almost 2,000, and like I could beat him. He's pressing buttons, dog. Oh, I didn't mean to dash. I didn't mean to dash. Shit.
Chun-Li win! Round one. Fight!
Oh, I tacked that. What's wrong, dude? Never mind, this player is much better than me. Never mind. He usually walks back a lot. smart of him too. He went to get close to burnout, knowing he was gonna mix me for level 3. I can't. Damn, I got destroyed.
Chun-Li wins.
I was getting so close, chat, and I lost every match afterward. And I'm feeling very shitty right now. I'm feeling really bad.
Here comes a new challenger. Let us begin. Round 1. Fight.
I think we press it right there. Oh, this guy be fucking moving, chat. This fucker be going. Chat. Wild. This man be going. I remember I played him my way. Get parried there? It's not gonna reach. Really?
Not good enough. Right there.
What? We're lagging all of a sudden. What the fuck is this lag? Hello? We're lagging all of a sudden?
This is the path I have chosen.
So long.
Real win. Round 1. Fight. Right now. No.
Body.
Round 2. Fight.
the super. Fuck. The super that. What? Why'd you level 3 there? That was stupid. That was real dumb. What the fuck? You gonna just chip me out? I did not mean to jump. No! I didn't mean to press that. Shit. Oh my god, please. That's so lame. What are you doing, you dumb fuck? What the fuck are you doing?
Round 1. Fight.
Bye bye, man. Yourself that one.
This is my chance.
Shit. Oh, I definitely. Oh, I was sorry.
Round 2. Fight.
I fucked up. I'm sorry. This is good for me. I did not mean to fucking try first. Oh shit, I thought he was gonna DQ.
Juri wins!
Alright, I'm gonna play one more. Excuse me. I'm gonna play one more, and then we're gonna watch the video from Zaf. I can feel myself feeling dehydrated. I'm not playing well. I can feel myself starting to slow down. So.
Now, find a new rival.
New players, man.
Let us be round 1.
Hmm. How to do that? I didn't think I had to go for it, but I saw the purple. I was gonna drive rush too. Burn yourself? I need to go throw it.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh shit.
Juri.
Comes in time.
Round 1. Fight.
We go for it. Damn. That was the wrong choice every time.
Round 2. Fight.
Usha. What? I knew better too. I don't really care. I don't give a fuck. I gotta work on my timing. Oh no. I lost so much there from like just throw loops, and that was a double purple essentially. From throw loops and just getting hit by low forward there. Oh, I gotta be more aware of that. I don't rush in so much and just play outside the low forward range. I think I'll play it. Anyway, gotta be careful. Okay. Go up there.
Round 2. Fight.
Stay outside of low forward range. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. No. shit, man.
My turn. Shoryuken. Hadouken.
Shigeki incoming. Yeah. That sucks. I didn't know what to do there.
Juri wins.
That sucked. Have a good night, Anchio. What time is it? 11 and change. All right, I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna take a break. I'm gonna queue up the video. I'm also gonna grab a little like midnight pasta. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Thank you for chilling out. If you guys are here, make sure to like the stream on YouTube. Make sure to throw your follows over on Twitch and YouTube. Follow on Twitch, subscribe on YouTube. What's up, Skrill? What up, Grill? How are you doing? I'll be right back. I love you all. Be well. And I'll see you in like 5 minutes. Okay? Wow, some pesto. my drink. I'm back. Yo, don't yo me. What the fuck? I'm not one of these kids in the streets, huh? I'm not one of your friends. Yo. No, I'm stop. That's the shit my moms used to say, right? Don't yo me. Like, the funk? Alright, I'm gonna cue it up. Oh, his video starting to pop off. Oh, that's good. That's good. That's good. Oh, the last few. Huh. I don't like his thumbnails. But his titling is not bad. Oh. It's always this, and. I don't like his thumbnails, though, to be honest. His videos are somewhere around, like, 2,000 views cap. This next one that he actually put out is actually, and like, it makes a lot of sense too. Makes a lot of sense too because I was interested in it, right? So if I'm interested in it, that means like a lot of people will be interested in it. Does that make sense? All right. Have to be your game of choice. Let me turn that off. What is Zaffarino's channel name? Zaffarino1. Does Zaffarino not have a does he not have a custom? Yeah, Zaffarino1. Got it.
I get some questions.
All right, let's get to it. Zaffarino1 is a really good content creator in the FGC space. I think he's got an awesome mind and his content's good. I saw he put out a video, Spacing 101. Let me just get the browser so I can get that clip there. Get that. And spacing is something that I have a hard time with. I've been struggling with getting better at it. And I always believe if you ask a question and you don't find the answer by yourself and you're unable to see the answer, you should always look someplace else to either repurpose the question or possibly answer the question. Or maybe they say something that inspires you to make you go back to your question with new information. So this video here is 50 minutes long, which is very long. So I'm probably going to speed it up a little bit. But I always love catching Zaph's stream at twitch.tv/Zaffarino1. And you can also find him on YouTube at the same name, youtube.com/Zaffarino1. So I'm assuming this is like one of his coaching sessions that he does, which is really, really cool because he coaches and a lot of times it answers questions that you might have to, but this might not be one of them. So I'm going to increase the playback speed to 1.25 and let's get into it.
Questions often. Zav, my spacing so.
Oh, let's go up a little bit.
Bad, Zav. I get some questions often. Zav, my spacing so bad. Zav, what do I do? Oh my God, Zav, I'm struggling. I'm just stressed, man.
What a good intro. Not only is this video interesting because it made me watch it, and I usually don't click on a lot of other Street Fighter content creators, but this video interested me. So that's a plus. But also the intro's engaging. This is a banger so far.
I get some questions often. Zav, my spacing's so bad. Zav, what do I do? Oh my God, Zav, I'm struggling. I'm just stressed, man. I just keep walking into buttons. I keep walking into DRCs. I'm in the corner, man. I'm just getting stunned and blah, blah, blah. I'm just losing so much drive, man. I just don't know what to do. Why your spacing sucks. It's abysmal. It's trash. I need you to fix that shit.
I feel like that he should have started the video with that. But still, intro was good.
Lock in or stay locked out. Listen, guys, if your spacing is absolutely
like that.
putrid, you know, look like a clown. Whipping, running into stuff. Any fighting game doesn't really.
Look, I'm a content creator at heart. Fuck all this shit. Who's his editor? Does he do his own stuff? Does he do his own editing? This is a good intro. Fuck me.
Matter. We need to put ourselves in positions where we are going to be effective. Who is to say that I'm standing at the right place or the— shut up, Rashid, don't you dare talk to me like stupid. We need to figure out where we can position ourselves so that our chances of winning are at its highest. How do we determine that? Watch the video.
He doesn't do what a lot of people do. They put this part first. My view of neutral is very, very broad. My view is always this. Neutral is the act of trying to find advantage while covering your disadvantages or reducing risk. While in the state where neither player has an inherent advantage. The reason why I tend to be very like broad when it comes to it is because people go, "Oh, you tried to skip neutral." Neutral. Yeah, sometimes you could skip it, right? Drive rush in, you could do a safe move that pushes you in, right? But that's part of neutral, right? That's part of the game. So if that's the thing that gets you advantage and minimizes your risk, so be it, right? So I'm very interested to hear his point of view, because a lot of times people will be in a position where they're not in a sometimes people will not be in a good position, but not understand that they're in a bad position. Or they'll have the right idea, but just kind of miss it. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I'm hype.
Ladies and gentlemen, a continuation of my Emmy award-winning Why Your Blank Sucks series. If you haven't checked out the Why Your Anti-Air Suck video, please do so. You know, I like to break it down into two things, guys. What do I like?
Where's my playlist? Is the playlist in the description? Tell me it's in there. You should have a playlist of all these why your blah 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 and then refer to it. Sorry.
Breaking this down into mindset and what? Skill sets. Your skill set, mindset, skill set. That's how I break down everything, guys. We need to make sure our mindset is on point, because without it, it does not matter how precise your execution is in executing these things. If you have the wrong attitude, the wrong mindset about things, you get flustered, you can end up sabotaging yourself. How do I know this? Because what do I always say? I like to talk from experience. Our first element, you're hesitating. You feel like you need to be right all the time. Every single decision that you make needs to be correct. No. All you truly need to succeed at anything competitive is a really strong start and a really strong finish.
That's super true for Street Fighter 6. A lot of the interactions in this game, they talk about it because of like throw loops and stuff. You legitimately can get one knockdown on a person off of a mistake that they made, throw loop them, and then kill them on like 50%, maybe even 60. So I call it like the Oreo. It's like you hit them hard at first, you hit a few small hits, you know, blah, 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 a lot of throw loops, right? And you prepare yourself for the final finale. So like, if you have level 2 and they have 70%, you might not want to drop your level 2, right? Why not take another 20%, put them in kill range, and then drop a level 3, right? A strong start and a strong finish.
Everything that happens in the middle is the X factors, the chaos, the darkness, the unknowns. We can't account for it. Why? Because you're not the only one.
Also, I know I'm pausing a lot, and I know I said I was going to keep it faster, but that's the Falk theme. We have to hear that.
that's a part of this dance. Understood? We have to honor the vastness of infinite possibilities that can happen between the beginning and the end. You can't control everything.
Yeah.
If you try to do that, you're going to exhaust yourself.
Yep.
And exhausting yourself leads to decision fatigue,
Yep.
poor quality of execution, yada, yada, yada. That hesitation is no bueno. It bleeds into every other aspect of your play. If you hesitate on knowing where to stand, where to fight, that can bleed into your whiff punishes. That can bleed into
I just realized he's got captions for this whole thing. He put a lot of work into this.
your anti-airs. It can bleed into the optimization of the hits that you get. Maybe overcomplication
Either
occurs,
he put a lot of work into
and
it, or he
then you
paid a
drop your
person to
combo.
put a lot of work into them.
Next, you don't have clear goals. I strongly emphasize that whenever it is that you're trying to play something at a high level, you can be a chess player, basketball player, you can play Street Fighter, it doesn't really matter. You have to have clear goals within competition because it reduces the chances of you being distracted and chasing the wrong objective. And that's what can happen a lot in fighting games.
True.
Here's some examples.
Show me.
Somebody's style just pisses you off, and then you feel like you have to make a point. You have to prove a point to beat this person in a particular way. You're distracted. Having
This is exactly my point. Pablo, we talked about the Chun-Li player. That's exactly my point. The Chun-Li player had a clear goal, and they were playing boring, which you found frustrating. That's the point. Yep, that was their clear goal. Like that's why I feel that the Chun-Li that I played might have been boring, might have been too slow for your liking. But there's a reason why he dominated me. And I felt that I was like completely outplayed because he had a goal. His goal was simple, and he played it to perfection.
clear goals will help guide you on a path of excellence, and it will help you realize that not all battles matter equally. Some battles are way more important than other ones. And when you can identify this, you're able to sustain progress, because a lot of the progress that gets halted is due to self-sabotage. It's by our own doing that happens when you get derailed off the path to success and excellence. Having clear goals, very, very important. Helps you also when you don't have clear goals, right? It's things will feel different. It's very hard to recreate things.
Oh, excuse me, sorry. So whenever I do a VOD review, you notice there's a reason why I always ask, tell me about what you thought before the game and after the game. I'll always like say things like, what are your thoughts? What's your goal going into it? I don't believe you have to have the right goal. You don't have to have the perfect game plan. You don't even have to follow the game plan of another person. You could talk to Punk, and Punk could be like, whenever I go up against him, this is what I do, right? You know what I mean? Like, that's my plan. And you do it, and it doesn't work. But then you do your shit, and it works. Yeah, because it's your goal. It's your plan. You see the game differently. And he might be right. You know what I mean? You might be right. Who knows? But the whole point is, whatever you decide to do, make a plan for it, go into it, and you use that to test. You know what I mean? So it's like you go into it, your goal was to make this whiff. You had a hard time trying to make whiff. Now you can go back and go, should I be trying to make that whiff? Is that the right play there? Or does it come down to I just did it wrong, you know? But having a control to test against, I think that works well, and that's your plan.
Every match will feel so different. But when you have clear goals, it's a lot easier for you to recreate scenarios because you understand what the destination looks like. The path will be different, obviously, based off matchup, player styles, player temperament, things like that. But the destination, your win condition,
Temperament is so
ultimately
important.
the same.
I never take that in mind.
Different though, and that dichotomy, that little balance between the two, is a very fine line. You have to be structured but not rigid, flexible and fluid but not wandering. Make sense? Next,
Sorry, my mind was wondering. Go back to that.
between the two, is a very fine line. You have to be structured but not rigid, flexible and fluid but not wandering. Make sense?
Yep.
Next, you're distracted. You're losing sight of the thing that matters the most. Which battle is it that's going to help us win the war? Is it the battle of the meter management or the battle of me hitting this person's jab?
So there's something that people do that I always laugh about because it works from time to time, but sometimes it doesn't, and it's hilarious to me. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, right? Sometimes a person will throw out a sweep, and then they'll throw out a sweep after they whiff it because they know that you're going to whiff your sweep, right? So there are times when I'm like, yo, that sweep was wild. They're going to sweep again. I'll just like get in range and then just low forward it. You know what I mean? It's like sometimes you'll see some shit and you're like, this is a distraction. I'm not going to fall for it. My favorite is like when a person is like trying to like do a lot in neutral, right? They're trying to backdash. They throw out a few strikes to make you whiff. And then you're like, you're going to drive rush. Let's just get through it. This is all smoke and mirrors. This is all bullshit. You're telling me lies. Just get with the drive rush. Boom. There we go. All right. Thank you for coming.
I know he does delay jab. Do I really have to punish the delay jab? No. Once you start to fixate on stuff like that, you start to walk this dangerous path of trying to beat players in worlds that you should not participate in these certain mind games that are just not rewarding based off of risk reward, things like that. Next, you lack resilience. So you lack resilience. One mistake distracts you. Yeah. When you make a mistake, you got to realize it's a part of the game. Michael Jordan didn't make every shot. Tom Brady didn't win every single game-winning drive. Muhammad Ali lost fights. It happens. But you don't allow this one negative to define who you are.
It's always information, right? I think that helps me a lot. When you fuck up and it feels bad, just even if it's a lie, just tell yourself it's information. I gave them some information. I can't take that back. Whether I get mad or not, he has it. They have it already, right? So what can I use with that information? Oh, they shimmied me after a throw. All right, cool. The next time that throw comes, I'm going to watch for the back walk, right? I gave him information. I know he has the information. I'm going to try to use it against. But if you sit there and go, oh my God, I did it again. I don't mean to do that. Why do I keep doing that? Oh, I'm going to lose this match now. There goes the points. Oh, this character is so fucking dog shit. This character is so cheap. Oh my God. You're so distracted, right? I do that shit. So he's speaking truth to power.
You can't allow this one thing to define your value as a competitor, a player, a person. See, you'll have people in life, one failed relationship. They think they're a loser. Nobody wants to be with them.
Let's be honest. You fail a relationship, you're kind of cooked. I'm not going to lie. It might be over. You go fuck up that? I don't know, bro. I would just put the femboy skirt on like right now. It's over for you.
Woe is me.
Kidding. Kind of.
It's not the case. You just got to realize that relationship was just an opportunity for you to spring forward. That way your next relationship could be more fruitful.
Information.
But if you tie your value into the feedback that is given to you, then it's very easy for you to lose your backbone. And you got a gelatin skeleton and styrofoam spine. And then you start to
Zaf, if you see this, that's merch, dog. That's a bar that you should be making like merch on. However you do it. That's a bar.
To become reactionary to everything instead of being strong-minded and being proactive about things. You try to win every battle because losing any battle is a small reminder of the ones that you didn't win in the past. Resilience is very, very important. So when you're playing and you know you're at a range where you do dominate, you do throw a fireball, you are controlling, the person jumps one fireball, it's okay, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
A part of these dances that you partake in is understanding that I want the person to jump. That's the point of this. And I'm just trying to figure out how to make you jump. Once you've thrown the fireball, you've already accepted the person's jumped. So if somebody does drive rush you one time and you try to go and check it, but you get counter hit, that's okay. You shouldn't stop. Shouldn't let it deter you. But that's the thing is, we want to win every battle. We don't want to make mistakes because we don't trust ourselves to overcome those mistakes. Next.
There is a really, really cool phrase I heard. I'm not a huge fan of Chris T. I found his podcast to be very pretentious. His standing up for infiltration, I thought, was very suspect, right? But that's him. That's him. Talking about it from like a content point of view, I haven't watched his stuff in a while. But I did like his conversation with Ryan Hart. And Ryan Hart really he nailed it. He said this once. Because Chris T was talking about the volatility of Street Fighter 6. And he talked about the idea of you knock a person down, but if they guess correctly, they back throw you, you're in the corner. Now you're at the disadvantage. Like, how do you deal with that? And Reinhardt is essentially said, like, I mean, that's part of the game. It's going to happen. But do you have a plan for when it does happen? And it clicked, right? You should have a plan for when things go well, but you should also have a plan for when things go bad. I'll give you an idea. We all try to bait DPs, but DPs are going to hit you, right? You go to pressure, you're like, there's no way he does a DP here. And he does. And you're like, ah, you fucking scrub, right? You're mad. But what's his knockdown, right? How plus is he? What are his options? Can he throw you after the DP? Are they going to do it? Do Ryus do that, right? Is that a thing that you have to watch out for? Can a throw happen? Can they go low? Can they go overhead? Like, these are the questions that you should have. So let's say he can't throw you, right? In fact, if he drive rushes, like, and tries to attack, it doesn't work. But he thinks it will. But you know it doesn't. Even if he hits you with the DP, you have more information than they do. They have a clear plan. They do not have a clear plan. You are in advantage, even though you got hit. And I think that's like really strong, you know?
You aren't considerate of your opponent's decisions. So basically what ends up happening is you play, and whatever your motive is, that's usually what you're going to follow through with, right? Whatever motivates you to behave a certain way. So it could be fear, it could be, greed, it could be a lust for winning, whatever it is. Whatever motivates you, that's typically what you're going to abide to.
I can't believe he did 50 minutes of this, and he's got captions for the whole thing. Chat, for those who don't make content, captioning your videos is super important because there's a large amount of people who watch content with the sound off because they're in public, right? They're on, I don't know, the train, right? A lot of, and like, you also got to keep in mind there's people who like can't hear. So like having captions is like perfect. Problem is, it's fucking hard to make them like properly and like correctly. Even with like plugins and stuff, you still have to go over it and still correct it. Like, they might not pick up the name Juri correctly, right? But you have to go in there and type it, Juri instead of Jury. The fact that he's got them the whole video, again, either he put in mad work, which hats off to him, or like whoever he paid to make this and to edit it, they did mad work. So again, Zaf, if you paid a person to do this, like, make sure they're getting paid right, because that's a job in of itself. Like, a person would go in and to do this job, the captioning alone. So respectfully, make sure that you're paying them right.
Just a human tendency. Strong emotions will override logic. It is just inevitable. But the logical mind that understands that can leverage that to use the emotions to propel you to take the right and appropriate actions. So when you play, if you're not aware of your motives, it's very difficult for you to practice being at the right spacings, or to notice that the spacings are shifting.
Yeah, so you don't want to be the puppet, right? If you're not in control of your emotions, your emotions will be the puppet master. You know what I mean? And yeah, spacing shifting is something that I have a hard time with. When a person moves up and I don't realize it, I just stand still. Like, I stand still a lot in neutral because I'm like hard focus on the whiff punish. And person will just take 2 steps in, boom. They'll hit me with a low, and then I'm dead.
Brings me to this point. When you are trying to practice spacing, it's not just a one-way street. It's not just me that dictates the spacing.
Ah, you bastard. I was going to set up my tablet too. I love this. I love that he has a little dinghy here, right?
It's actually we that dictate the spacing.
Yep.
We are a unit. The thing is, if you're not paying attention to your opponent, how do you maintain the spacing? You can't. You think you will, but by the time you go and make your decision, your opponent is already too close or too far.
Yeah. So also, like, just real quick too, people sometimes don't react to people moving back and forward and using that as a means to punish, right? People say, oh, they got clipped, but no, you're punishing their movement. When a person moves up, they can't block. If a person moves back, they can't block low. So sometimes I'll watch a person, I'll do like a strong, and I'll just like watch a second. I see them stand, and that's when I'll go for the low, right? But like if you're unaware of that because you're distracted or like you're not paying mind to it, it's like that's important too. But there's a lot of time I catch a person just trying to walk up and they just walk into like a forward heavy punch.
All right, let's talk about the skill set portion.
All right, let's go.
Why your spacing sucks. You don't understand your character's movement. You don't understand what this means. You don't understand. You're misguided. This is an extreme. Dawson walk speed.
Yeah.
I have no business. It's so funny just looking at this. I have no business thinking I could just walk up and just threaten.
Yeah.
By the time I walk up, bro, like Dawson's gonna be collecting on his social security. This is so slow. You understand?
Do I make the obvious joke that none of us are going to be collecting on social security? Whatever.
So it doesn't make sense for me to try to treat the spacing with the same type of freedom like an Akuma or a Rashid or a Chun who can just get in and out of range so much.
When I talked about logistics in the APLI, this is like what I meant, right? Apply, position, logistics, and information. Logistics, he's talking about that, right? The way that you're going to move Dhalsim around the screen is going to be different than you would like a Chun or an Akuma. The way that you space yourself out is going to be different. Like you just can't do the same thing. But the goals might be similar, right? The goals might be similar, but how you get there, the logistics of it, that will change.
Much easier. So if you don't understand your character's movement, both forward and backwards, you might end up making tactical blunders or inaccuracies in your decision making. Next, you don't understand the ranges of your tool set. Why do I stress this? Because so many of you, I will see you flailing, woofing buttons, doing just absolutely keeping yourselves vulnerable out of desperation. You need to understand exactly how your buttons, how far they can go.
We all are
where
guilty,
they actually function properly. If not, this happens, and then look how long it takes for a Akuma to recover. It's an easy whiff punish.
Only 18 frames? Only 18 frames? Only 18. 18 frames is quick compared to Juri. Okay, whatever.
Whiff punish. Whiff punish. Whiff punish. That's what happens to you. So it's very important for you to know when you're in range for something too, which in theory should work. Of course, you got to combine this with the things we talked about earlier, like your opponent's movement, your movement. But we'll get to that in a bit. You don't understand the pushback of your tools. This is a super
underrated. Yeah. Yep.
I like the amount of people. If I were to, they'd be like, "Why did this whiff?" I'm like, did you not notice how far this button pushes people back? Prime example. So if I'm gonna try to whiff punish or set up a whiff punish, I shouldn't be doing something like this that barely has any pushback. You got to figure out what tools you have that create a lot of pushback, and you'll be surprised at what the answer is. You would think it would be something like a heavy, like universally, right? Like, oh, maybe this has a lot of pushback. It's a heavy button. It has a lot of blocks to. No. Sometimes the heavies are supposed to have very little pushback, so that way they can.
Does Juri's light kick have a lot of pushback? Juri had a light attack that the other day I was like, that surprisingly has a lot of pushback. I'm curious. Juri had some light attack that I was like, damn. No, it wasn't that. I forget what it was. I was like really shocked that it had so much pushback. This has a lot of pushback. That I know, right? Damn, what was it? So as Juri players, we usually will do this. Oh. We'll do this, right? But like, that's good too, right? That has a lot of pushback, but like, not for nothing. Like, you could get drive impacted there, right? But here you can't. Or we'll do like this, right? But yeah, no, pushback is ridiculous. Interesting. Okay. And that's like one reason why I've been like trying to figure that out for an example, right? This string here. This is something I've like really tried like hard to figure out. It's based on the pushback. Sorry. Yeah.
You can stay in range to punish. See, like that. Sometimes it can be a medium. Sometimes the light is the button that actually pushes the furthest. It's unique for every character. You have to figure that out. Pushback is very, very important for just knowing that you're in range when you do the string. See, a lot of people try to do something like this. Understanding that, hey, if I'm at the max range of this, that means if I do this, the pushback is going to push you backwards, obviously. And
you also might not be in range to actually do a punish either.
And then that means no other button is going to hit me unless it's a button that's longer than this. Because the common sense says I'm at max range. If pushback increases range, I just said I'm at max range. So that means I can't do this button again or anything shorter than that. See? So this is why it's important to have these associations in your brain, because you can just say, oh, well, all of these buttons are shorter than stand fierce. So if I'm at max range of stand fierce, I shouldn't do this. But you still see people doing this because they don't factor these things in.
It's because like they call it a wish punish, W-I-S-H. I heard that from Cayman, right? They do that because they time it as if they press a button, your next attack will be the punish to that button. They're not actually doing a whiff punish. They're not confirming it. They're just wishing that they hit a button.
Waste of energy. You don't know where your character excels or wins or where they struggle. You'll have situations where players are just not playing to their win condition. They don't know where their character excels. It's not as obvious as this one, of course, but I like to use this as an example. Zangief should not be here. This, if I'm going, meaning, it doesn't mean you can't ever be here. What I'm saying is you don't want to fight a whole game here. It's a very extreme example again. You don't want to be here. Why? Because all of Zangief's rewarding tools don't work here. This doesn't work here. This doesn't hit. This doesn't hit. Can't sweep. Can't threaten. Drive rush into anything meaningful. Don't get cross off range. So then I'd have to just simply go to a range where those things are a threat, which would be here. So Zangief wants to be here. See? So now when you're aware of this, you say, I want to be here. And then you ask, where does this character lose? Prime example. Where does Zangief lose? Zangief loses right here. It's the inverse of what we just said. It's where do the things work? Okay, so where do they not work? They don't really work here. It's not rewarding. Again, extreme example. But it gets...
That's why when I play against, like, say, like, Guile, right? Guile versus Juri is fucking annoying. But sometimes Guile players will just do the hard work for you. They'll throw boom, they'll drive rush in, they'll get perfect parry. Guess what? I am now in a position to pressure you, and this is not where you win. You win at, like, half screen range, a little bit outside of, like, jump range. You know what I mean? Your goal is to keep me out. Guile's booms, hard to deal with for Juri, right? Why would you go in? Right? Like, yeah, you should go in from time to time, but like when you do it, you're taking a risk and you're putting yourself in a position where we're in a range where I want you to be.
A little more vague when you have characters with similar tool sets that are dancing around these ranges. So if you go pinpoint that, that's when you can start to leverage, you know, the little idiosyncrasies of your character, little uniqueness about whatever their tools function as.
I don't know if you'll talk about it, but it just came to mind, right? So again, to Ryu, I like to stand outside of like low forward range, forward heavy punch range, but I'll start dancing around outside of like donkey range. And it's because my brain goes, oh, that move is annoying to deal with. You know what? Let me stand outside the range to hope it whiffs. But here's the problem. When I'm outside of that range, that's like that's like fireball like range. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's where I start getting annoyed with like fireballs and like hashigeki like baits and shit, right? So it's like give and take. If I'm gonna stand there, I have to know that like I'm giving up something as well.
Of course, Dawson doesn't really want to be here. Dawson wants to be like here. The anti-air. You can still threaten poke. The fireball trap. You can still threaten this. Float. Follow up behind the arch. It's a lot more versatile from here. He would like to start a lot of his situations from this positioning.
Yep.
Starting here is not ideal. His buttons are too slow. And they're not really confirmable into anything. He has to hard commit. He doesn't have rewarding knockdowns. He doesn't really want to be there. He doesn't want to be in a range where the other characters is going to have more rewarding contact. So imagine your damage per interaction. Dawson doesn't really want to be here because he doesn't do a lot of damage. He wins in chunks. That's how this character wins. So he ideally wants to be here. And through your overextension, he's punishing you, taking advantage, getting knocked down. And then he goes for the, you know, the like throw strike mixes into into shimmies, whatever. And then that's how he's compounding the damage. But he's not going to do that here. This is not ideal for him. The last point is you don't understand where your opponent's character excels or struggles. So it's the same thing. When you're playing, you know, to be aware of your own character is great. But you need to also be aware of your opponent's character because you don't want to play into their strengths or the strengths of the moment.
Yep.
So for example, if I have really low drive gauge and I'm playing against Ken, I don't really want to be in a range where Ken, this abomination, gets to mess with this, where he can just absolutely bulldoze my drive. So see, this spacing is okay for Luke, but it's not okay now.
Yeah.
You understand?
That's a good point.
It's a constantly shifting battlefield because of the real health bar. What's the real health bar? It's your drive gauge. These are the real health bars of the game, guys. Because depending on what is happening with this and where you are on the screen, if the opponent has you in a particular situation, they could legit just delete 50% of your life like that, or even more. Some characters like 60%, just gone. Since spacing is constantly this dance between the two of us, we have to be aware of where the opposing character is winning, where they want to be at, how they're trying to get there, things of that nature. Very, very important. This is why it's important to watch your opponent, understand your opponent, because you understand the way they're moving, you know how they want to get into that range. Do they like to dash? Do they like to walk and block? Do they just walk up straight? Do they like to jump into the range? Do they drive rush? They drive rush into a feint? How does this person create this range where they are really effective? That's what we're trying to pinpoint.
That's a good way to put it. I always struggle with talking about the logistics part of the game, like how I talk about it, and like I always have a hard time with talking about it. That's like a really good way to put it. I actually want to go back and hear that again.
Your life like that, or even more. Some characters like 60%, just gone. Since spacing is constantly this dance between the two of us, we have to be aware of where the opposing character is winning, where they want to be at, how they're trying to get there, things of that nature. Very, very important. This is why it's important to watch your opponent, understand your opponent, because you understand the way they're moving, you know how they want to get into that range. Do they like to dash? Do they like to walk and block? Do they just walk up straight? Do they like to jump into the range? Do they drive rush? They drive rush into a feint? How does this person create this range where they are really effective? That's what we're trying to pinpoint.
I always ask the question, where did I lose? And where did they lose, right? Where did I take damage? And when did they take damage? How did they get me to take damage? Like, what was the point in which I was opened up, right? I took the damage, but like, how did we get here? What was the plot of this story? And understanding that, especially like in between rounds, when you go like, damn, I got bulldozed. How the fuck did that happen? And you play it back in your head, you're like, okay, I whiffed a button. They knocked me down. They threw me. They started to throw loop me, but then I got hit with a shimmy. Okay, cool. That's how I died. So when it comes to that, it's like, oh, okay, they're trying to look for whiff punishes. All right, cool. Can I get them to press a button first, or are they just gonna like hard watch? If they're gonna hard watch, I should probably like try to engage, but make contact, not try to like throw out stuff, right? And also know that they're gonna close out a round off of a shimmy. So I need to watch out for that. That means the vertical and also the back one. So like having that idea and like knowing like what their plan was and how they got there, as he puts it, I think is like a really good way to put it.
So even if you don't
have a good one, Skrill. Thank you for coming through. I'll talk to you soon.
know the player in particular that you're playing, you understand the philosophy of the character since you've played them enough. I know Ken, if I am at this amount of drive gauge, Ken is gonna have a field day with this. and just chip away at that drive and then force me to start making decisions I don't want to make in order to avoid burnout or to avoid being burnt out towards the corner. So now we know why your spacing sucks. I think this is pretty clear. All right, why your spacing is good.
All right, so if I could give like half video criticism, I am enjoying what he's saying. I think everything he's saying is really, really smart. I think everything he's saying has truth. I just hope he talks about what I can do to fix it, right? And like actually give like actionable, practical things, right? Because at least for me, the way that I learn tends to be by like being told and then being shown and then practicing and then having it click. That's just the way that I learn. Fortunately, I tend to learn a little bit slower than others, unfortunately.
Let's run it back. Now we're going to do the opposites. Again, to teach you how to fish, I got to show you what is not fishing. That's why we start with what it isn't. So then it's a lot easier for you to establish those guidelines. Mindset. You have conviction. What does that look like? It's different for everybody. Everybody's form of confidence is different. Where this comes from is your sense of self-worth. And then your sense of self-worth comes from your self-trust. And what this is your ability to follow through, your ability to execute, your ability to be persistent. You have proven to yourself that you are capable of doing these things that you know you can do. How do you figure this out?
I always call it confidence, but self-trust is such a fucking fire way to put it, right? I would just say confidence, right? But I think calling it self-trust is really, really dope because there's definitely two parts to you whenever you play these games. I talked about it earlier, but like there's the two parts. One is the player and the other is like you being your own angel. And I say that because like when you're feeling like shit, no one can help you. You have to help yourself. It's like you have to be your own big bro, right? And if you, big bro, see that yourself is going to go into a match, big bro don't take the controller. Big bro has trust. He's got it. It's like in anime, right? Think about if you guys have ever seen the fight with Gaara versus Rock Lee. Like, Rock Lee got his shit fucked up. But Guy, the whole time, was like, my son's got it. And Kakashi was like, yo, what happened to your boy, yo? He's getting fucked up. Call this shit off. He's getting snuffed. And the whole time, Guy's like, that's my dude. Y'all don't know, right? So it's like you have to be your own Guy sensei, right? Like as your Rock Lee is getting duffed, you have to be like, I got this though. You know what I mean? Like, and when you go for shit, you got to be brave, right? And you got to trust yourself. I've practiced this. I know what to do. I know what to do if they do this. You don't think these things out loud, but you have trust in yourself that yourself is the best equipped person for the job, right? You hired them because they're the fucking best. I like that.
Well, it's a very, very simple thing. It's two things you got to do. It's one, doing what you should, okay? And then number two, it's avoiding what you shouldn't, okay? This is how you gain self-trust. If you ever look back at moments where you didn't have trust with self, with your own abilities, is because you were doing the things you shouldn't be doing and you weren't doing the things that you should have been doing. There are obvious examples here. It's like, oh, I shouldn't have mashed this DP here. I had the life lead. But then there are these subtle ones. It can be, I shouldn't have lost my cool. I shouldn't have called this person a scrub, or I shouldn't have said I suck. You understand? That's why words are very powerful. You understand? The things that you say leave a deep impression on your mind. You have to be very, very careful with the things you say to yourself, about yourself, with yourself. So if you want to gain confidence, this is what you do. You do the things you know you should. What can that be? Study your matchups, study your replays, ask for advice, get some sessions in with better players, try learning a new character, just doing something that equates to progression, and then avoiding the things that you know you shouldn't be doing. What could that be? Harsh criticism of yourself,
rage queuing,
harsh judgment. It can be avoiding the discomfort of watching your replays. It could be avoiding the discomfort of asking for advice because you don't want to seem like you're any less than other players. These are things
That one's me.
that will help you. You gotta figure out which of the things it is that you're doing fall into which category, and all you gotta do is you gotta up this one, you up this one, okay, and you decrease this one. The shit that you shouldn't be doing. It's as simple as that.
It's essentially, if you guys have never read The Art of War, I will break it down to you in like 10 seconds. Do this, don't do this. Your opponent gets pissed when you do this, you should do that. If it makes your troops pissed when you do this, don't do that.
You have clear goals. You understand where your character wins or what it is you're trying to accomplish. If I'm at a particular spacing, I am trying to leverage this to establish something down the road. Something else that's most likely going to get me to send your ass all the way to the corner. So I understand that I'm here, and I'm not here for the wrong reasons. I'm here because I need to learn what are you going to do about this spacing in particular that I can dominate at. And I can...
These captions are fucking fire. You have no idea. This is helping my ADHD so fucking much.
establish contact at. I can just threaten you randomly. Drive rush throw. I can threaten overhead. Threaten low. There's so many tools here that I can leverage. Because ultimately in this game, what you want to do is you want to force your opponent to make decisions. And that's why the drive gauge is the real health bar.
That's why Feng Shui Engine is good. Because it forces you to make decisions. You can't just sit there and like not do something, right? It will force your opponent to make a decision. And every decision that they make, there's always a counter for it. And there's always the flip side where you take half their health away.
Because similar to a low health bar, lower drive gauge is going to increase the probability of a person being in fight or flight mode. So we want to increase the pressure on our opponent. But if we fight at ranges where we can't really establish pressure or contact or threatening tools, we don't have pressure. Pressure is going to exist at the possibility of things that can occur. Here, not really much to be worried about. Yeah, Luke could drive rush from here, I guess, but I'm not in throw range. We're going to drive rush overhead, I can react to that.
Is this AI generated?
I guess, but I'm not in throw range.
Did homie use AI to generate these? Maybe, actually.
We're going to drive rush overhead, I can react to that. We're going to drive rush into a low forward, I can just block that. Into that, that's fine. I wasn't going to attack anyways, I was going to just block. When you're at the right ranges, the amount of things your opponent has to consider significantly increase, and that contributes to the mental stack. So the more things that we can do at a particular range, the higher this is going to be, which then means the quality of this player is going to go down in terms of their checks, their anti-airs, their whiff punishes, and then also their spacing can suffer because maybe they're thinking too much and they're not paying attention. And you know, when you have a goal, you know the things that do not help you in accomplishing it. So prime example, I'm playing Luke and Ken's...
When I VOD reviewed Millie earlier, this is like what I meant. It's like, Juries always go, I need stores, I need stores, I need stores, but then they'll store in like sweep range. You know what I mean? Because they need a store, right? So it's like being aware of that, but also like what's important at the current time.
Just going crazy with buttons. Now, as long as I'm not like too focused on this, this is okay to whiff punish this from time to time, but you don't want to be overly fixated on this. Because you know why? This is a battle you're trying to win, and in the process of you focusing like hard body on the ground, you know what happens is you're allowing your opponent the chance to just suddenly do anything they want. They could just suddenly do this, they could jump, they could throw a fireball, right? They could just throw a fireball at you. They could just walk up and poke you, walk up, maybe hit you low. Maybe they could walk up, depending on the character. If they have access to it, they could walk up and then hit you with an overhead. All because you're fixated on one thing. So you have to be very careful. If you are, you got to think of your like focus as a meter. You want to make sure it's in the appropriate spacing, the appropriate situations. Like you're investing it like money the right way. You don't want to be hyper fixated on something when your opponent is giving you plenty of other chances to punish other things.
AJ, good to
remember,
see you.
Winning this, this isn't the only way to get to the corner. How many other ways is he giving you the corner opportunity? Is he using his bad fireball? Ken's fireball is not that great. Why not take advantage of that? If he's jumping, I don't need to worry about this whiffing. Remember what the goal is. So everything that you're trying to accomplish should be with that in mind. Does that make sense? Certain things just don't matter in the grand scheme of things. Because maybe this person does whiff this, but does he do it all the time? If not, I don't really need to focus on it. What if I know that he's more focused on jumping or establishing a fireball? Then I can just take that away, knowing that this character doesn't really excel on jumping we're establishing a fireball, then I can just take that away, knowing that this character doesn't really excel at this particular thing, or knowing that my strength of anti-airing is going to play into the way I usually dominate. All right, so I just ignore this. This doesn't matter to me. This is why a lot of people will suffer in terms of consistency in this game. They try to win all of these battles, bro. Look at all of these colors. You're gonna try to win all of this? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, right. Like, let them whiff the low forward, right? If that's not what your win condition is, then like, who cares? Also, it's like for me, I focus really hard on shit like that because that's how I get started, right? I am very, very bad at walking in range, hitting a poke, confirming that hit, or just hitting a poke, right? I usually don't take risks when it comes to jumping unless I think that there's something I want to counter. I drive rush, but I usually drive rush in very sloppy, like reactionary ways, right? I got tired of doing some shit. All right, I'm tired of having to block stuff. It's time for you to block stuff, right? And I just walk into a crouch strong, right?
You're spreading yourself too thin. But if you are at the right spacings, though, you can mitigate these things. We'll talk about that later. You are focused. Falls in line with what we just talked about, where earlier we were mentioning not having goals and being distracted kind of can go hand in hand. Understanding and defining, telling myself, hey, going into a match, going into a set, going into a situation, understanding these are the things I am aiming for. I'm not just freestyling this, because if I freestyle, then again, all of this is going to happen. And I don't even know what I'm focusing on. I don't even know what matters. But having a small little goal and just enough structure, not overly complicated, but just enough so that you know what to do with the information that you're given. You know what information to even look for. That will help you eliminate the distractions, cut out a lot of the fat that can happen in your play. So
also, like as I think about this, there's so many times where like I will play a person and I'll whiff stuff and like I'll like start to lose to them and the ego hits and I'm like, oh damn, like this guy sucks. Like I'll whiff shit and he doesn't do anything, right? I should be more aware when that kind of stuff happens. Like when I make a mistake and they don't take advantage and I get upset because I feel like if I'm going to lose to somebody, I need to lose to someone who's like much better. And if a person's much better than me, they would have whiff punished, right? What happens with that, as you said, I'm distracted for one, but most importantly, I'm not being honest with myself because they might not even be trying to look for that, right? They might be trying to look for something that's going to give them better damage, better positioning, better resources, right? They might be trying to get information and maybe they're not going to whiff punish it, 9 times, but the 10th one, that's the game winner, right? So I like the way he breaks that down.
being focused is important too, because sometimes your opponent's going to throw things at you to just kind of try to get you to focus on these things that don't matter. But if you have enough self-awareness, you know that one thing that
that's like why when a person starts to throw out like lights and stuff, they're trying to make me flinch. When I see a person wants me to do something, sometimes I just don't give it to them. Like on principle. They'll start to throw out like lights and then I see a fierce come out and I'm like, oh, that's your game, huh? All right, I'm not going to hit a button. I'm just going to chill. I'm just going to go back here and store and I'll chuck a fireball at you.
like, I don't really give a shit about this. Whatever, who cares? It doesn't matter to me. So if a person's throwing 50,000 fireballs, who gives a shit? If they know what they're doing with the fireball, then sure. But most people don't know what they're doing with a fireball. And if you can identify that, then it doesn't scare you as much. So you're like, I don't give a shit about this. I want to snipe the behavior that I know is the real risk you want to take. And that's what I'm going to punish. And that could be, who knows what that could be. Sometimes it'll get revealed through time because people don't have the discipline to keep doing the same thing for a long time. They get bored. And then they're like that, that white kid meme with the veins popping out when he's trying not to cough. That's what happens with them. So you could use that against them. You just being more focused, aka more patient than the opposing player, that could be enough for them to crack. Next, you maintain resilience. So you don't allow these things, whatever occurs, getting hit by a button at a particular space, it doesn't dissuade you. You might have lost at this spacing, but it's not the end of the world because
this video, my retention is starting to waver. I'm starting to get anxious. I'm starting to get distracted, right? The video is called Why Your Spacing Sucks and Fix Your Footsies. This whole part about why it's good, it's not important. And I respectfully, I think he could have dipped all of this, right? Because it's called Why My Spacing Sucks. I know why it sucks now. And I need to know how to fix it. Well, you're gonna make me watch why it's good. It's the opposite of why it's bad. Like you know what I mean? Like I don't need this part.
No,
respectfully.
I've seen great players lose in situations they usually dominate, but they still win the match. They don't abandon their strength. just because you lost at that situation one time. I'm not gonna abandon my fireball game just because you jumped my fireball one time. That doesn't make sense. So you have to realize, like, a lot of the turmoil can be a self-inflicted wound because you just kind of add fuel to the fire that wasn't really a fire to begin with. It's like you took a magnifying glass, some gasoline, took some oil, you threw that bitch in a pile of like a bonfire, and it was like you just exacerbated the issue. But it's okay to return to the situation, the space, and that you know your character wins at. You don't need to play away from that. You don't need to be a...
Sometimes like you have the right plan, but you falter a bit. That doesn't mean you should like get rid of the plan. You know what I mean? It's like if Dalsim gets grabbed by Geef once, it doesn't mean, oh, I tried to keep him out and I couldn't. I'm gonna stop trying to keep him out. It's like, no, the game plan is to keep him out.
Drive rush heavy monster, you know, or to play, you don't have to play, for example, Dalsim full screen. You can play just outside of crouching medium punch range, and that gives you a lot of influence. And just because you get hit out of a poke doesn't mean you stop playing there. That doesn't make sense. Maybe you can create some variance in where you're fighting just to throw off your opponent, but you just do not want to abandon the thing that you know is going to give you the highest probability of winning. You're not going to win every time, but the idea is to play in a way that you can consistently get into that, like, you know, you have a higher chance of winning. That's the thing you want to aim for. Look at a Punk. Punk is a perfect example of this. He doesn't win every time, but damn, that mother is good. He is consistently in the running at minimum. You understand? It's very rare you don't see him getting really far into a bracket because he's a super sharp player, super precise, understands the game, understands where he wants to fight, and he doesn't get dissuaded easily. Next to, you are considerate of your opponent's decisions. So when you are playing, it's not just a matter of like, hey, this guy likes to jump. Okay, but before he jumped, what did he do? If all you see is this, and you can't tell me what happened before that, you're not watching enough. Oh, he walked up slightly before.
Yeah. This is like how I get good jumps on fireballs a lot. And you can tell when a person wants to fireball. Also, it's like one of those things where it's like sometimes you can see a person like start to move up. Oh my God, please. I hate that sound so much. You can see a person start to move up because they go down to forward, and you see them do the rolling input. And like those few frames, it's like could be enough so that you can snipe the jump in, right?
He jumped. See, that's a completely different mode of observation. Because now when I see him jump, instead of me DPing the jump because I seen it late, I seen it here, I'm like, oh, he jumped. Let me just, you know, anti-air him with a button or something, right? Instead of me doing that, seeing him jump here and, oh, let me process this. Oh, anti-air. I can see the walk-up leading up to this because I was really curious about my opponent. I could meet him here. Maybe I could do something even better like this.
Yeah, so everything's frames in this game, right? So if he took 4 frames to walk up and then jump, that's 4 frames of information that you can like start to queue up your anti-air, right? It's like understanding that is like super important. That's like the difference between holding parry and doing like, you know, the dash and doing the forward parry forward, right? Those like extra like 3 frames could be the difference between you checking the drive rush and not. So everything's always frames. Everything in this game is frames. If you press a button and you do this, these are frames that you waste trying to react to things. But if you press a button like this, you save frames. Same shit here.
30% instead of going for just a light DP. So just being more observant of your opponent can help you optimize the situations because you have more time to interpret. You want to interpret, you want to calculate with whatever it is, the information that we're given, whatever we're interpreting, and calculate what our next move is. And then the third point, we execute. So any skill that you are trying to work on.
Oh shit. This is exactly my point. When I said that there's 3 stages to reaction. There is knowledge, you seeing it, and then you see it, there's the you see it, there's not the knowledge, and then the execution, right? You have to see it. Your brain has to go, they did this. Now you have to know what to do, and then you have to execute. But if you have a good read on a person and you already know what to do when they do it, and you have a good idea that they're going to do it, you can cut out the first 2 and just execute. That's that's the cheat code for reaction. Some people go, okay, you reacted well. Yeah, I did. But I also knew they were going to do it. Well, how'd you know? Well, sometimes it's hard to explain it, but you get an idea. And that's exactly what it is, right? Some people have like tells, and it might be like 3 or 4 frames of something. You know, that's like why if I want to make a person flinch as if I'm going to throw a fireball, let's say Cammy wants to spin knuckle on my fireball, right? I'll do the full motion for the fireball. I'll go down to forward, and then I'll hit jab. And the reason is because going down to forward, that's information that you feed them, that like you're trying to cue up the motion for it. And now they're reacting and getting ready. And then they see you do something, and then they go for the spin knuckle. And then I just jab them out of it, or I strong them out of it. The whole point is, right, is like you want to cut down the amount of time it takes, in his words, to interpret, to cut down the amount of time that it takes to calculate, and then you obviously just want to be able to execute cleanly and sometimes fast. So if it takes you 10 frames to see it and interpret it, and then it takes you 10 frames to realize what to do, you can cut that down to like 5 frames and like no frames because you know what to do. It's like you can react a lot faster. Wow, I'm so, it's cool to see a person. I like the way he puts it. Like those words are perfect. But it makes me feel good because like that's something that I've been talking about for like years, and I guess I was on the right path. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to say.
Guys, it is as simple as this. You are suffering in one of these 3 areas. There's a hidden 4th one. Okay, this is and it is you believe. Okay, doesn't matter if you can interpret, calculate, execute it. If you don't believe, this is the ingredient. This is the batter.
This is the secret
tower
sauce.
Of success. You need to be able to believe that you can do all of these things.
I like that.
Even in the event you mess up, it's okay. Even in the rare Haley's comment, once every 72 years I miss an anti-air, that doesn't change my belief system. Just because I lose in a bracket doesn't mean I can't win. Doesn't mean I'm not going to win. That's where your conviction got to come into play. Just because you have an argument with your girl doesn't mean she doesn't love you. Doesn't mean you don't love her. You believe you love them. Your partner, your spouse. Just because your friends don't agree with you on something.
Zaf, you having some problems in your relationships, dog?
Doesn't mean that they aren't your friends. They aren't your ride or dies. Just because your parents didn't let you go hang out at a party in high school doesn't mean your parents don't understand you, or blah, blah. It's just not how it works. So whenever you are playing at your ranges, you know you want to maintain it, but simultaneously you know the person across from you wants to take you out of it, or they want to insert themselves into a situation where they dominate, where they feel like they're winning, they feel like you are losing. So this dichotomy, this back and forth is happening between
There's a reason why there's a line right down the center. When you start, you are on one side of the line and you have to defend that side, right? If you back up, you give up space. They take space. You get not knocked down. Guess what? They move up. They take space, right? The whole goal is to put your back against the wall where you don't have space to move. So yeah, him saying like they're trying to take space from you, that's like Overwatch believes. Like that's like why I look at the game in the way that I do is from like Overwatch. Like yeah, it's the same thing.
the both of you. There's something you have to be mindful of. If you ignore this, then you're just essentially rolling the dice.
You leave shit to chance.
There's a sick Art of War quote. Let me read this. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself, but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle.
One more time. If you know yourself, but not the enemy, for every victory gained, you will also suffer defeat. Fire.
So think about that. When you're playing, and you're playing with only like a very self-centered focus, you're just like completely oblivious to your opponent. You don't give a shit about them because it's like, you're a scrub, or you're not my rank, or you're a low seeded in the bracket. I don't give a shit. Okay. Keep that up and see, especially in a game like Street Fighter 6, how interactive it is. Yeah. We'll see how consistent you can be as a player. It is so important for you to be understanding of what your opponent is trying to do, what they're capable of doing, what they are incapable of doing, what they are incapable of stopping. You do that, like he says, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. Consistency.
So you can understand this because think about how many times you've been on full tilt. You lose a match and you're pissed off, right? You suffered a defeat. But think about when you're tilted. When you win a match, you're still tilted, right? even as you win, you're still losing. So it's like that's like a really good point.
It's the mindset aspect. Skill set. You understand your character's movements. With movement, what did we talk about a long time ago? The E and E. You guys remember this? Engage and evade. Our engagement, how fast can we go from stationary to a threatening range? Depending on where we are, of course, right? If like I'm just outside of the range, I don't have to move much. But if I'm over here, like all of a sudden threaten, walk up, stand medium kick, because I have decent walk speed and a good poke, or I understand how fast my dash is, or my drive rush speed, right? So if I'm playing like a DJ, a Bison, any sort of forward progression, we want to be very mindful of how fast we can get into these threatening ranges, wherever they are. Depends on.
I think like walk and poke is like so underrated. Everybody like stands far away and they wait for the whiff punish to come and they stay stationary. But like sometimes like people will walk forward, stop, and then they will throw out the attack. But as they walk forward, their opponent tends to adjust spacing. So they'll walk up and the opponent does this. So if your attack hits here, right, and you walk up to try to strike them, so it hits there, but they walk back, you're always out of range, right? Like even as you walk this way, you're always out of range. So like the more you walk, the more they react to it, right? So it's like if you stand here, you can't attack them, they can't attack you, but you do this, you walk forward and attack, it's like you might give up like 5 frames, but that's the difference between making connection while they can't make a connection, right? And then also, they'll start to look for the walk up so that they can counter poke. But that's when you could walk up, expect the counter poke, and then walk back out. That's the engage and evade. That's why we do this dance, right? People think you do this because like it's just the shit you do. This is the dance, right? That Chun-Li that I played did not want to press a button at all, right? So I'm trying to get them to press a button, right? I'm trying to walk into a range where I'm like, I'm going to press a button, right? And I would try to walk out. Now, I would stand too long in the low forward range, but like I was trying to walk in and out so much that they just wouldn't take the bait. So I should have engaged, right? If I walk into range and I can attack them and they can't make me evade, why wouldn't I just go for an attack, right? But no, I walked in, was like, are you going to hit me? I walk out and they're like, no. And now I'm sitting here with smoke coming out of my ears, right?
Some characters, it might be here. Some characters, it might be maybe like here because of the special they got. Maybe a little bit further for certain characters. It's different for everybody. You understand the ranges of your tool set. You guys see this theme that's going on. I understand how far I have to be for me to get this poke to land. One of my favorite ways to do this, if you guys have not been doing this, been doing this in Street Fighter 4, is you use these measurements on the training mode as a way of measuring your pokes. So between these yellow lines are exactly 10 lines, and then 6, 7, 8, 9, and then this would be 10. So the way I like to measure this is like this. This would equal 1.0. I like to use decimals. This is another equals 1.0. Okay, you can put squares. So if I want to measure the spacing of a tool, how far can I use this tool? I would do this. I put the opponent here. I always suggest that you learn against standing opponents. Why? Because you are slightly fatter if you crouch.
Yep.
So if you can hit somebody standing, you're also likely to hit them crouching. Unless there are, character specific moves that don't hit crouching, like Akuma's the second hit of his stand roundhouse, for example, things like that. Ideally, you want to measure your poke against standing, right? So I see here, if I am 1.0 squares away from Ken, stand beating kick doesn't work. Now, if I walk up a little bit, it's going to kind of throw off the measurement, so I'm going to just delete this. So now I'm going to be at 0.9 distance. Does this hit? So what I do is I use the shortcut setting, if you guys don't know about this, to save status. So I just keep saving it every time I walk up, so that if I do hit him, I could just snap back to where it works. Say, so now I know this range is where this works. So when I want to come up with little exercises and drills, I'll just do this.
Yep. So like you notice, like that's what I was saying, right? It's like at 1.0 he doesn't hit, so he moves up to 0.9 and then it hits. So understanding the difference between that is the difference between a person pressing a button and them whiffing and you actually getting a chance to like engage.
I just try to watch the front feet. So it's just to help you improve the accuracy of the poke.
Man, these foot fetishes gotta stop, B.
Okay. So then I know, all right, so at 0.8, this is where this poke hits. So let's measure this. So I say, okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Then again, we'll use a different color for that middle. Okay. And then 9, and then this is a completely different square. 1.0. So now I know from where my front foot is, that hits. And if he crouches, this will also hit. But now if I go back to 0.9, you see how this hits? So when he's crouching, I hit here.
Yep.
But if he stands, I whiff. Okay, so this is why you want to measure for standing, so that way you could cover both. Versus if you were to aim at the crouching and they randomly stand up, then it would cause it to whiff. This is why you'll see a lot of high-level players in the corner. They'll just randomly stand up and walk backwards, even though they're not moving. They'll just literally do this, just to throw off that extra pixel. They will.
Yeah, so this is actually like super annoying for Juri. And this is like I talk about this a lot, right? So Juri, if your opponent is crouching, you can hit all three. And that's why usually Juri players like to go with a crouching light kick first, because it will force them to have to block low, right? Which makes them fatter, right? You see how this hits? Now, you might say, oh, Kale, but if they stand up and you make the dummy block low first, you still hit all three, right? Cool. Oops. But what happens, for an example, if instead I have them walk backwards and do that on count 2? Okay. So it's funny. You would think that they're in the corner, that this wouldn't whiff, but it whiffs, right? And it sucks. The same thing, right? Let's say I take this off, right? Right? That doesn't work. Versus if I were to crouch, that works. So that's like super duper important, especially for Juri, right? Because like that doesn't work. This works. That will force him to block low again. Which, if they're forced to block low here, right? If they block this low, you know, you can always do like that, right? If they get hit by the low. So like that's wild how it works, because you would think that, oh, if they're in the corner, like you'll be fine. They can't go anywhere, so all three should hit. Nope. That works fine. Oops. That works fine. But if instead they hold back on the third hit, nope. And that could be the difference between you getting attacked or not. JB players do this a lot. Super annoying with his stand fierce. I mean,
risk getting hit with a low 4 just to cause whatever poke they think is coming to whiff. Okay, this is one of the ways that you can measure that. You understand the pushback of your tools, and guess what, guys? The same idea works. See how sick this is? So let's go into this range of where we know stand medium kick hits, and now look at the pushback. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna measure from where his foot is. So this will be 1. So if I push him, I push Ken, how far does this push him? Ooh, 6. That's about 6. It was this line right here. I'll put my mouse there. Let's do it again.
I have a hard time with this.
Yeah, it was that line. Okay. It was right here. His front foot's right here.
Being able to visualize this during a game is really hard for me. But like having an idea, of course, having the information is important, I guess. But like learning in this way, it fucks with me. I can't do that.
So it's that second line, and that is the 6th square. So now I could say, okay, so I know Luke's stand medium kick equals 0.8 squares range, or I could just put range, and then the push back equals 0.6 squares. Why do we want to know this? Because when I do spacing traps, I need to know how far do I have to push you for your crouching medium kick not to hit me. See how this works? It's a nice little game of math. It's 2 parts of the same coin. Even though it's two different characters, we both play a part in how this spacing dance is going to work out. Because I want to push you to a range with my tools, but I want to put you at a range where your tools don't work. Understand? This is how spacing traps essentially work. If I know Ken is going to do a crouching medium kick, which we all know Kens love to do at the end of their pressure, what can I do to push him back so that I'm out of range? Because if I'm here, that hit me. If I'm here, that hit me. If I'm here, that whiffs. So that means I whiff as Ken if my opponent is 8 squares, 0.8 squares away or further. So if I dance all the way up to this very line right here, this exact line.
You know, I guess practicing in this way helps you understand the ranges like that, so it's harder to fuck it up. I could understand how, like, this would be super powerful if you can eventually not see the lines and you just have a like internal ruler, I guess. You know, that's something I've never tried to do, so it seems very impossible for me.
Line right here. As long as I stop short of that, of course, you know, the game's not gonna, the camera doesn't sit still, which kind of sucks, but as long as I keep dancing on that line right here, and I'm not crouching, obviously. If I crouch, I get hit. Or if I offensive crouch, I can get hit. Next, you know where your character excels, wins, or struggles. What does that look like? You know where your tools and tactics are most rewarding. I know that if I am in range.
It's funny, someone in chat said that they watched half of the video and they thought it was good. Respectfully, again, as always, as a content creator, I'm always like analyzing how videos are put together. But I find it telling that half this video was like really engaging and I'm super distracted. On top of it, the person that said it, they will only watch half of it. And it's probably going to be like why you suck at it. And like all this, like why you're good at it. I can see a person maybe clicking away from it. If I could say something to Zaf, I would like look at the retention graph and see like, is there a drop off after the first half? That would be a teachable moment for me in my content.
Of drive rush into jab, this is a really strong situation because if the opponent is not ready for this and they're sitting there doing a lot of like heavy pokes, they're doing really slow pokes like this. See, players that have a tendency of using very slow pokes and you know the range where drive rush jab is really strong, and ideally you want to play at this range. You can take advantage of the fact that this person keeps abusing these really slow pokes here, so it's super rewarding to play at this spot where you're.
I think it just recognized that the reason why I mess up whiff punches sometimes is because I duck too early. Yeah. Yup. To give you an idea, with Juri's with this here, that there, if you look at this, see if like you block how it makes a connection. But even if you stand still, it doesn't, right? So if I go to hit a button here, I get sniped, right? Oops. See how I get sniped? But if I just delayed a bit, I snipe them. Because you're forcing it to whiff, and when you go to press a button, you make yourself more wide, right? So getting into a habit of like stuff like this, it's advanced, but super strong, right? But also it's like how you tend to execute what you want to do. Because I can just do that and then react to the hit and then drive rush, right? So something like, I don't have to do this, but into drive rush, right? I can do this, then drive rush, right? You can like kind of confirm it. So your goal is not to do this into drive rush off the whiff. What you're trying to do is just to hit them with this off the whiff. And this is easier to do fast and quickly than doing like this, right? This is like a lot slower, right? Or it requires you to do a lot of things fast and sloppy, right? Whereas you could just do that. That's easy. And then after you press it, you hit the drive rush after the connection. You know what I mean? But your goal is just to hit this. So, yep, that's part of the reason why this trap is like loved, because you don't have to wait for the delay. You could just mash it, right? You could just go for it. You could just go for the whiff punish. You don't gotta wait for it, you know? But the same thing could be said for something like this, right? If you know the spacing of like this, see how that makes a connection versus that still hits, right? Oh. The goal is to hit this the very tip. That might have worked actually. But like there, right? So like here. Actually, I'm doing exactly what Zaf said too, dude, right? Like trying to find that line. So like somewhere like I would think like here, right? That's funny. As he says it, it makes sense. So it's not full screen. It's like right outside of full screen. So like somewhere here, right? Oh, even there. That front foot on that line. There you go, right? I see. I see.
Tools and tactics are most difficult to stop. So the same idea applies. So not only is this really rewarding, but this is super difficult to stop here because of how fast this sequence is. Drive rush into a jab, into a 4-frame. This is 15 frames. Every character can do this. A drive rush into a 4-frame. 15 frames is the fastest attack sequence you can do involving drive rush.
Also, keep in mind too, reaction timing usually is somewhere between like 12, 15 frames. Like I think 13 is the magic number, but like your confirms 13 is pretty hard to consistently do. 14 is like you're locked in. 15 is if you're really good, you know. 16 is easy mode. 17 brain dead. 18 it's like dog. Turn your brain off.
Because the fastest attack in this game is 4 frames. It's a light attack. This requires focus. Your opponent has to look for this. Unless they're the type of player, like certain players, where they don't look for it, but if they see the freeze frame, they just perfect parry. But the problem with that is if you start doing that, then obviously somebody could just drive rush and throw you, right? And then you get cooked. Because you're trying to perfect parry on the timing of the drive rush into the light. You have to be really careful with that. So you know where your tools are safest and can mitigate massive loss. So this is for the characters that have pokes that they might be minus, it might be punishable, but if you use them at the right spacing, can't really do much about it. Okay, so here's a good example of this. Ken's stand heavy kick is -5. My stand light kick is 5 frames. In theory, I should be able to punish this. In a vacuum, yes, but context needs to be added. I'm not in range of this. If I'm close enough, then sure. And you can get cooked. So as a Ken player, it's really important to play at the range where if I do this,
I never think to try to go for it because, like, in my opinion, they're never in range. But like, that's not true, right?
try to do the stand heavy kick. In order for you to punish this, it's gonna have to be something that punishes a specific way. So if you guys have been around, you guys know about my SAR acronym. The way you punish any move, it's one of these 3 things. It's gonna be startup during the active frames or during the recovery frames. Any move in the game does not matter. Any move that is giving you a hard time, you break it into these 3 categories and you figure out which one you can resort to punish it consistently.
Yep.
So the better the move, the less likely you're going to be able to punish it like this with recovery. The faster the move, the less likely you're going to be able to punish it on startup. See, so then these moves become super strong because they're moves that you have to attack while they're active by some way, maybe with a DI or an early DI or sticking out a poke that hits their hurt box. So understanding spacing like that will help you. And knowing that if
that's why like Kami dive kick is so strong, right? But she actually has like a deceptive amount of recovery. But like you'll be poking and stuff, and then all of a sudden there's active frames in your ass, and you're like, how did we get here?
I'm at a particular range of punishing certain things, like let's say like I don't know, like a sweep. If I block a sweep here, this is a different beast because I get that. Versus if I block a sweep here, I can't punish that. So if he's mitigated my chance of.
I love doing this as Juri. It's my favorite because people will go for a low forward. Now I'm like, nope.
Punishing this. Instead, I have to do something like this, which isn't as rewarding. could do this, but the thing is, this scales a lot. But if you play at the right ranges, you can mitigate the amount of damage somebody can do. So you're like, oh, okay, I do want to hit him with. He's moving a lot, but let me just make sure I space the sweep.
For Juri, it's like, I would say use like Enkansatsu. The problem is like at max range, you can't follow up on it, right? So, you know, using like, instead of doing drive rush, you also can do like Odi Goosatsu, cancel it to Enkansatsu if, you know, you have to stock. That should help you get in range. Or just do the OD Goosatsu. It's not as great of a knockdown, but like it's damage.
In a way where if he does hit me, it's not the end of the world because he's not going to get much off of it. Maybe the Luke player has, he's really low on drive. So does he really want to do this and put himself in burnout?
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Not really worth it. And it's like, okay, what is he going to do this? Like, okay, I don't give a shit about that. Is he going to do this? Okay, like whatever. I don't really mind that because, you know, he's going to spend bar to try to drive rush me, or is he going to just dash up and then the back roll, I back roll, and then he's not really in a scary position because I'm not going to be in throw range. So these are things you have to think about when you factor in these type of decisions. And then lastly, the inverse of what we talked about. So you understand where your opponent's character excels, where they win, where they struggle. So you want to obviously put them in a situation where this character is not as effective. So for Ken, a large part of neutralizing this character is being outside of his stand heavy kick range. Why? Because at this range, you're not in range of stand heavy kick. You're not in range of low forward, which then means you're not in range of this, okay? And he has to walk up and do this or something to that effect. His fireball is not that great, okay? You can punish this pretty easily with DI on react.
And that's why people tend to walk outside the range and they just leave it there, right? Because they're trying to like whiff punish. And like players will sometimes throw stuff out, but like at the same time, it's like even though you can't attack them, if they throw out a button, you can attack them. You're attacking their hurt box. So like that's why people will stand not even like at max range, they'll stand like far outside of max range. And because of the way that the hurt boxes and hit boxes work in this game, sometimes it like reinforces like bad habits. Because like Ken will throw it out and then a person will like snipe them with a strong. They're like, oh, I was spaced out perfectly. It's like, dog, you're way outside the range that you should be playing at. So as they move up in the ranks, people will not press buttons in ranges that they're used to being at. They're like, well, how do I open them up? You got to go in range. You have to like walk closer. Like if they're not going to hit a button unless you're like in range to be hit, right? Or they think that you're in range to be hit. So a lot of times it like leads to bad habits because they'll be far outside of range where someone might hit a button and the person will hit a button and they still get the whiff punish.
Action. Look how slow it is. Like this is terrible. You can even like jump it on reaction if you react to the startup frames. If you react to that part. So this is not a range that Ken does well if he's fighting a character that has really good buttons, which is why I think Jamie does really good against Ken. I think Jamie actually beats Ken because Jamie has superior buttons at this range, more rewarding buttons at this range. Well, let me not say rewarding because Ken's stand heavy kick. If I whiff, he can get the world. But if I don't whiff, what does Ken get here? Ken has to approach me. His fireball's not that great, so he doesn't really want to use fireball. Is he gonna drive rush? That's fine. I don't mind that. We're simplifying your game at that point. Okay, you gonna jump? I'm fine with that. Best DPs of all time. That's fine with me. I don't even think about that. So that's not a concern. So he's gonna be. It's not to say it's gonna be like guaranteed every time you're gonna stop the drive rush or whatever. But at least you're putting him in situations where it's like, oh, you have to drive rush me, because I'm dominating the spacing so well with my well placed buttons that you just feel like you have to try to slip in between my barrage of pokes and try to catch me off guard. Okay. I don't want to play in a range where Ken has access to all of these things like here. So like when you end your pressure, or you try to go for pressure and you end with a really minus button for some reason, like really close, this is just dangerous. Because now look where you are. You're in that stand heavy kick range. It's like he can drive rush jab you.
This is my issue. This conversation here, and I'm interested because it's very hard for me to explain this. It's very hard for me to explain this because it's very abstract, right? If I'm in range of someone's low forward, I am afraid to end my offense. And the reason why is because the moment I end it, they're going to retaliate and do a crouching medium kick. And since I ended it with something like -4, -3, I can't even throw out a light attack knowing they're going to press a button because I'm just going to trade. So like a lot of times, like I'm just like, I don't know what to do here, right? Like no matter what I do, they'll just low forward me and I just have to deal with it. Right? Or in the case of like some characters, they can like stand fierce, especially like fucking Ryu, man. Like, he'll block shit and then just fucking do heavy punch, Hashigeki, and I'm like, oh, okay, goodbye, drive gauge, right? Same thing for Ken. Like, he'll just throw out low forward into Jinrai. So I don't know how to navigate that range where I'm just inside of like low forward range, but at the same time, like, it's my offense, right? It's my offense. How do I push myself out safely to a point where I can't be low forwarded? You know what I mean? That's what I have a hard time with.
Like in your minus, so like the subsequent drive rush check is going to be slower because of that. It's just not ideal to put yourself in this type of situation where you have to deal with Jinrai, stand fierce, which we all know is absurd.
You could be cheeky and parry, yeah, but I don't want to leave the game to like a dice roll. I know like you got to do it sometimes, but people will block my shit and just like walk up and throw, right? It's like I shouldn't allow them to do that, you know? But I'm stuck in my my parry. So like there's always things I could do, right? But I want to have control over the outcomes and have control over the options that I can select, you know?
We don't really want to deal with that. Those key elements, when you've combined them, you'll start to notice that you'll feel a lot calmer all over the screen, as opposed to where right now maybe you're just really comfortable at this spacing because you can get your throw strike mix.
Yep.
As opposed to being in these very tense spots where superior players typically win. But when you understand,
how confident am I that they're going to low forward? Vary. And the reason why is because there is a timing that someone will throw out a crouching medium kick. It's not a reversal. It's not a retaliation. And I don't know how to explain this. It's like the reaction to nothing. Meaning, I do jab, and I don't do anything. And let's say 15 frames go by. They go, oh, he didn't press anything. All right, guys, we're going in. And then they low forward, right? In that time, the 15 frames, I couldn't walk outside the range, right? I'm using arbitrary numbers, right? So it's like I'm not confident that they're going to press it on frame like 1, frame 10, frame 12, 15, 18. I'm not confident at all that. All I know is that I can't walk out, right? The longer they take, the more I can walk out. But like, it's also this like feeling of just like someone going like, all right, I got to block. My turn, let's go, right? So maybe I should block for like a frame or two to cover the retaliation and then just like fill the frames, you know? But sometimes like, you know, you could just still press and like they're so far away, it doesn't matter.
that how you win at this range is understanding the distance between you and your opponent, and you understand the importance of using your opponent's decision making, their movement, their focus against them in a way that'll help contribute to you accomplishing your win condition.
The parry isn't a guess, it's a read, but my point in like I don't want them to make connection freely. If they make connection, I'm in their mix. Low forward into jab, I don't want to be in their mix. I don't want to be forced to give up two of my drive gauge bars. I don't want to be forced to do that. I don't want them to take a drive gauge and a half and then I have to deal with like a strike throw. I don't want that. I want to run my shit, and then when you think it's your turn, I stop you from doing it, right? I want you to think that you don't have a turn. So then you wait patiently, and that's when I can start to mix. That's what I want. But I can't do that. I'm always a few frames off on my delay button. I'm always getting tagged by low forward. I hate it.
Spacing is very important. Don't neglect it, guys. You master these principles I showed you today, it'll take you to the next level. You will break and shatter whatever plateau you're facing right now, regardless of what your rank is. And the beauty of this is that you can constantly strengthen your spacing. It is something that you can keep on working at over and over and over again, regardless of how good you are. So this is something that I think is paramount to your success as a fighting game player. It's not just Street Fighter, it's any fighting game. You got to figure out these ranges that you are effective at. You got to figure out the variables that affect the distance between you and your opponent.
Is this
that
video
affect
done?
the effectiveness of your character based off the tool set that your opponent can impose. Whatever tool set that you can impose on them, and you know, vice versa. Being able to discern those elements will help you be able to sustain playing in a way that can aim for and accomplish your win condition through and through. So with that being said, appreciate you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed the lesson. Hopefully you took something away from
Appreciate
it.
you, Zach.
Something I enjoy a lot about the game is the spacing philosophy. So there's a lot that goes into it, but hopefully those nuggets are enough to help you see some abstract concepts about fighting games that aren't really emphasized in many places.
Appreciate you, Zeph. Everybody, say thank you. Say thank you, Zeph. I learned a lot from that. It got the wheels turning, right? It gave me a few ideas. But I will say I was a little disappointed, and the reason being is that I was hoping that this would be why your spacing sucks and how to fix them, right? But this is more of a command, not an offer. What do I mean by that? What I mean by that is he told me why my spacing sucks, and he gave me some ideas on like what I should look for, but I really didn't get a lot of like how to fix it. So I'm not trying to piggyback on his shit, right? But like, I guess like what comes to mind is I should look at all of the strings that I use and look at the pushback and where I am on those things, right? And then how that interacts with my opponent. The way that I tend to learn is very like brute force, get as much information as possible. The book that I have that I've kept since Street Fighter 4 is just, I'm gonna do this one thing. Now I'm gonna test it on the whole cast because I need to know when it works and when it doesn't work. Case in point is like this mix up here, right? Is like if you do this right, you get pushed all the way out, right? Works on most of the cast, doesn't work on Blanca, right? Doesn't work on Blanca, doesn't work on Zangief, doesn't work on Dalsim. It's like those are things to keep in mind. So I know this mix might not be the best if I know that they're going to like reversal butt, right? But on everyone else, absolutely, right? Absolutely. But also at the same time, it's like, you know, everyone tends to do this, right? But like as we see that whiffs, right? So like, why don't I just do this? Right? But then the question is then, how does this interact with everyone else, right? Cool. Can I block low? Yeah, right? That's information. Everyone wants to hit this. Absolutely, right? Cool. Does it work the same way mid-screen? Cool. Now, I mentioned Blanca for an example. Does it work with Blanca? His crouching strong. No, it doesn't. See? Can I walk back on it? Nope. I can't even walk back on that. Damn. It hits late, actually. Yep. So at this range, like, I think I'm pretty safe to parry. That stinks. But that's the difference between understanding how that works. So, like, maybe I don't do like this, right? Does it work the same way if I do this? This is a common string for Juri. Still works. Still works. Can I do this? Oh. Like, that stuff is, like, important to realize, right? So that you can test some things out. Can I do, for an example, what if I were to do, let's do the same thing, but on one hit? What if I did like something like, oops. Hello? Same thing. Yep. Thanks. What about here? I can't reach though. That stinks. Right? So, like, understanding that, like, if I want to make that button whiff, and that's my goal, because they like to retaliation, it's like I can't go at it the same way, right? I just can't. That's kind of how I tend to, like, learn, is through, like, the brute force, like, getting as much information as possible, and then working backwards from that, right? So if I do, for an example, practice this, and they see that, hey, it works on, like, 95% of the cast, right? And if it works on 95% of the cast, and it's common that the opponent would do it, I'm not saying that they will or they won't, this works, then my goal would be after that is how to set up a situation for, like, a kill, right? That's on big bodies, right? No, instead, I could do something like... so I can't even walk forward a little bit. So... that's not the route I want to go for. And that's the difference between, for an example, this. That's it. That was a really good video. It got the juices flowing. I actually might watch it again, or listen to it again at least, like when I'm on my way to work or something, just to get a few more ideas. But again, if you want to check out content from Zaf, check them out at twitch.tv/Zafferino, ZAFERINO1, or go to youtube.com/Zafferino1. I'm sure if you go anywhere and you type that in, you'll find some of their content. And thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with the community. Like, that really means a lot, not just for me, but like when people talk about payouts for tournaments and such, and they talk about like how can we get more people in the FGC. Well, when people are upset and they don't know how to get better, they quit. So content creators like Zafferino do a lot for maintaining people to play these games, but also, and most importantly, increase the enjoyment of the game. Because I joke a lot, about stuff, but one thing I don't joke about, like, I don't know if I would be here if it wasn't for the community that I found on Long Island, with playing Street Fighter 4 and then learning to make content and such. Like, that meant a lot to me, and I want to share the purpose that I found for myself, and finding self fulfillment through fighting games. So that's something that I want to share, and that's why I make the content that I do. And Zaf, I'm assuming, is aligned with how I look at things too. So again, thank you for the video, and everyone should go check out Zafferino. So that is in the can. I'm not going to do a hard cut on that. I might just do a very, very quick cut up and just make the intro somewhat engaging, and then just put it up as a reactive video. It's going to be long, though. It's going to be like over an hour, but his video is over an hour. So it's close to an hour, so I guess it shouldn't be that. But I'm overthinking stuff. I just need to put up content on Big Nasty Kale Yaps. Also, guys, I do have a second channel. If you haven't done so, you should check out the channel. It's okay, Juri, that's not what I wanted. Thank you, appreciate you though. It's youtube.com/Big Nasty Kale Yaps. That's where I plan to put like react content. That's where I plan to put content where I just like talk about a topic, and it's more based around me, less about Juri. My goal is by the end of the year to have that channel monetized. Because I do want to be able to leverage 2 channels, so that there's times where like I just yap on stream, like I don't always want to make it out to be about cash. You know what I mean? But I make y'all watch ads, but unfortunately, I hate to even talk about this kind of stuff, right? But ads ain't enough, right? Revenue on like Twitch streams, it ain't enough. Like per stream, it's like $3, right? Like it's not much. YouTube, they pull ad revenue on my streams all the time, right? So at least I can do is offer content that people might have missed, and at least I can earn another like $2 or $3 here and there for like 3 hours of work, right? But I'm hoping the Yaps channel is, for people who might be interested in content, or me being able to introduce people to the people I know that I like their content, right? So if I like their content, they probably will. You know what I mean? So one of the things I want to do is collaborate more. And this isn't like really like the collaboration I want to do. I would love to just talk to Zaf, right? And pick his brain. And in a perfect world, I would just like pay him for a session, right? And be like, yo, could I use this for a video? It's like, we're not even just like a session, just being like, him talking to me, being interviewed, that's work. And, cash is tight. I don't want to I don't want to not pay him what he's worth, but at the same time, I don't have what he is worth. You know what I mean? So that's where I'm always at when it comes to that. But I always say I will never ask you guys for cash. The only thing I'll ask for you guys is just to watch advertisements, and then you could let like Twitch or YouTube like pay me. So if I could take these like stream highlights and such, or like times where like I react to something, or times in which I'm trying to like learn something or giving my point of view, I can give it a second life on YouTube. I think it will just help me grow overall. So. Yeah, this is like rated too, right? This is like underrated. Like that is underrated. Like just doing low forward, super underrated. It just nerfs the damage, especially on Ankin. Like, you already get the nerf. Like... Oops. Actually, the low medium kick did 100% damage. I thought you... Oh, is it off drive rush? Yeah, it's off a drive rush. You actually get full damage there. Oh my god, please. The second hit, you don't get full damage. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Yeah. It goes down to 80. That does work. And that goes down to 80 as well. That's actually not a bad idea either, right? I know that's like Like this here, you're getting whiff punished, right? So you lose that, and then you also lose another bar. I never thought to do that. Yeah, that does suck. But this move, I think, is really underrated, too. I like that move a lot. I think that move is super underrated. Yeah, no, I think that... I think this move is mega underrated. Because it does move her forward a bit. And it does hit in range. Like, I think it goes down a little bit, right? It's not that it goes down. It just hits lower than you expect. So the thing about this move is that not a lot of moves don't have a hurt box here, right? Because this hits there, but if you look at like Crouch Strong, I feel like sometimes Crouch Strong will whiff on things. In theory, I guess it is lower, right? I think it's also because she moves forward. I think that's probably why. Yes, because of how high that is, right? Even though Juri is like so low, like this hurt box is so high. Yeah, if it's that max distance. Because you don't move forward. Whereas this move, it might be higher, technically. Yeah, this technically hits lower. But you move forward. Trying to think of a good example. Lily, I think.
Lily.
I hate this character. Alright, once I show this, I gotta get going. It's getting super late. What did I want to do? Yeah, it's this one. So like here, that won't work, right? Ever. Kind of works, right? But that works. But then that doesn't work, right? That doesn't work either. That stinks, right? Like here, I think too. This heavy punch should work, dude. All right. No. That sucks, right? What I think is like underrated too. Heavy punch won't work here, right? Obviously, right? But I can like move up and then probably do it, right? See? That works. But I can like move up and do it, right? But the reason why I like this move here is that you're already holding forward, right? That's why I like the move, right? So like if you're here, you just move in range and do it. Whereas if you did this, this one's slow. So you might not get it. But this is 8 frames. So a lot of times I'll be doing this. I'll be in range. And then I'll just like move into range and then punish, right? Like that. Same thing with Geef. Same thing with like Menon. You can use forward heavy punch, most definitely. But sometimes that happens. The second hit whiffs. You're minus there. Suck. You could do that, but like if you're gonna do this, you're getting rid of like the reason why you would want to use this button. If that's the case, you should like do. You should just do that, right? That's not as much damage. Like this does more damage, right? Why does the second hit whiff? Well, dear viewer, you can always figure out why, right? First hit, it's down here. Second hit, it's up here. So if she's crouching and she gets hit, her hurt box might not be that high. I think it's mostly just where it hits. If you're closer, you're fine. But if you're far, you're just not in range for it. That's all it is. But this doesn't have air invul, so your hurt box is here. So the chances that you'll hit this part is really, really slim. But yeah, that's why a move like that is good. Because watch how much I can walk forward and do this, right? You have all the time in the world to do that. Same. It's the same thing for this here. This move is cheap, right? But it recovers so slow. 22 frames. But the funny part about this chat is I'm like, oh my god, that recovers so slow, right? Blah, blah, blah. 24 frames. Oh, shit. Hilarious. Same amount of recovery. This has less recovery, chat. This has less recovery than this. His move is goated. Just doesn't hit as well. His move is goated. Half a bar. Half a bar. You count the dead zones? I feel you. But you can't do anything in between the dead zones. Nah, you can't do anything in between the dead zones. Only if like this happens. Actually, no, it's only if that happens, right? That sucks. But I think it's like important to like. That would be a funny whiff punish. just extra frames that she could whiff. It's not that she could whiff it per se. Like, yeah, you're right. But most of the time that people try to press a button and stuff this button, they get hit by the second hit. But also, like, times in which, like, this happens, you should, like, be aware of it. Right? I know it sucks, but, like, this happens a lot against JP, too. I just know to do that. Right? Or, like... It does work though. That's good. They need to change that again. That was good. Fair enough. You do make a compelling argument. All right, chat. This is where we part ways for tonight. I will not be on tomorrow. I'll be back on Thursday. Again, follow the YouTube, youtube.com/BigNastyKale, and follow youtube.com/BigNastyKaleYaps for the second channel. And yeah, that's it, guys. I'm going to head out. I love you all. Be well. Tell all your loved ones you love them. Head up the Discord. If you guys want the link to the Discord, give me a second. I'll turn off streamer mode if I can find it. I wish there was a way to like just press a button and turn that shit off. I'll get you the link in a second. Since Discord changed everything up. That's it. I'm gonna post it in there. If you haven't joined, I would love to have you guys. Have a good one. Be well. Again, tell your loved ones you love them, and I'll see you guys soon.